Honourable members, let us pray. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King and his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideals, but laying aside all private interests and prejudices, please keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
I am pleased to introduce to you a friend of this House, the Honourable Tyler Shandro, former member of this Assembly and former Minister of Health, Labour and Immigration, and Justice and Solicitor General during very challenging times. Today, Honourable Mr. Shandro joins us on behalf of STEM Innovation Academy from Calgary and STEM Collegiate from Edmonton. I invite you to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
Also seated in my gallery are students from the STEM Collegiate, Michelle Chen and Janika Joshi, who are joined by STEM's founder and Chief Strategy Officer Lisa Davis and Principal Mr. Aaron Shute. In collaboration with the University of Alberta's Mechatronics and MacEwan University science students, today STEM provided the Legislature with an impressive robot display in the lower rotunda, showcasing the exciting work that is taking place from grades 7 through to post-secondary. I hope all MLAs took an opportunity to see the work firsthand and will join me in celebrating the students' innovation and success in these important fields of study. To the students, please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly. School groups, Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce to you and to all members of the Assembly 42 guests from Al Mustafa Academy South, located in the humble constituency of Edmonton Gold Bar. I ask my guests that they please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction. Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce to you and through you and to all the members of the Assembly the former Mayor of Andrew, Alberta, and now the Deputy Mayor, Murren Hayat. He's also the Director and Facilities Operator for the Andrew Rural Academy, which is a rural STEM school. Could you please rise, Murren, and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly?
Honourable member from Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you and through you some very special guests of mine, the notorious East Side wives from Livingston-McLeod, Tracy Stewart and Catherine Chakowski. I ask you guys to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
Leduc Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to introduce to you and through you 4 guests from Beaumont. Ms. Harpreet Sani is a passionate advocate for the performing arts in the Edmonton region. She is accompanied today by her husband, Mr. Randeep Sani, their daughter Manat, and their son Angad. I ask them to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Education and Childcare.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to introduce students, teachers and parents from STEM Innovation Academy in Calgary and STEM Collegiate in Edmonton. These 2 public charter schools help students engage in the exciting world of STEM. I look forward to seeing all the incredible things that these students will achieve in their future. I invite them to please rise and receive the welcome of the Assembly.
Now the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce you to two fabulous people. They drove all the way from Ontario. They are the proud and supportive parents of one of my staff. They've done a fabulous job with them, Mr. Speaker. Yvonne and Manny Fernandez, please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce to you and through you to all the members of the Assembly, Mr. Vijay Punjabi, the financial advisor of the resort project, and Natalia Jerenko. If you could please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Are there any other introductions?
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
Livingston McLeod.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is entering a new era of healthcare, one that puts patient first and delivers faster, more effective care for families across our province. We understand that wait times to access CT scans and MRIs in the province are far too long, and that these delays can mean the difference between identifying early life-saving treatments or developing late-stage illness. That is why our government is planning to introduce legislative reforms that allow Albertans to privately purchase any diagnostic or screening service they choose. This includes MRIs, CT scans, full-body scans, and blood work. Mr. Speaker, research tells us that early detection saves lives. For example, if caught early, survival rates for breast cancer can reach 93%, stomach cancer 70%, and lung cancer 60%. That's why this expansion is essential to all Albertans. It's about more than providing faster and timely care. It's about improving health outcomes for Albertans so they can access health services they need when they need it. By giving Albertans more choice, the wait times that are currently too high in the province could become shorter. And by introducing more options for tests, private clinics can help ease pressure on the public system, reducing wait times for everyone. For families, it means peace of mind. For seniors, it means staying independent longer. And for our health system, it means fewer emergency visits, shorter wait times, and better use of resources. Mr. Speaker, we are doing this while protecting our government's commitment to the public health guarantee, ensuring that every physician-recommended test is covered, and reimbursing private clinic test costs if a patient test reveals critical health conditions. Mr. Speaker, this is a patient-first approach. This change will enable individuals to have more control over their personal healthcare journey, which will improve health outcomes and build a stronger, more resilient healthcare system for all of Albertans. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The member for Calgary Elbow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Hindu Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the contributions of Hindus in Canada. Hinduism is amongst the world's oldest religions. Hindu literature, such as the Mahabharata and Ramayana, are amongst the world's most important historical texts. Hindu art and music enrich the lives of everyone around us. Hindu texts can offer people help in making hard moral choices. Arjuna was an archer in a civil war in the great epic poem, the Mahabharata, a horrible, grinding civil war, as they all are, brother against brother. And when it came time to fight, and Arjuna surveyed the field from his chariot, he quailed. He couldn't fight. How was it moral to kill his cousins? Arjuna's chariot driver was Lord Krishna, a god. Krishna's presence on the battlefield was in and of itself a moral choice. He refused to kill, but he would drive the car. And then, in that moment, he chose to become the greatest of all professions, a teacher. Their 700-couplet conversation became the Bhagavad Gita, foundational to Hindu morality and ethics. How should we live our lives and act in the world as moral people? And my answer, gained from years of reflection on this, is, am I using my power to uplift those with less? Am I comforting the afflicted? Or am I further afflicting the afflicted and comforting the already comfortable? Hinduism gives me the guidance on being a moral person today. That, for me, is the point of religious observance, for me to become a leader that Albertans can be proud of.
The member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, a historic milestone was recently achieved and recognized in my constituency of Lacombe-Panoka. This year, the Lacombe Police Service is celebrating its 125th anniversary, a remarkable achievement that reflects over a century of unwavering dedication to public safety. Founded in 1900, the Lacombe Police Service holds the distinction of being Alberta's oldest municipal police force. For 125 years, it has stood as a pillar of strength, professionalism, and community trust. Through generations of change, they have remained steadfast in their mission to serve and to protect. Chief Bloomhagen retired after 8 years as chief, leaving a legacy of strong leadership. As Chief Doberstein steps into this role, he returns to the city he grew up in, bringing over 3 decades of experience in law enforcement. Congratulations to both leaders. Today, Lacombe is not only known for its rich history and vibrant community spirit, but also recognized as one of the safest communities in Alberta. That is no coincidence. It's the result of proactive policing and a deep-rooted partnership between officers and the people they serve. While communities like Lacombe demonstrate what effective, community-based policing can achieve, we must confront growing concerns across Canada about federal catch-and-release policies supported by Ottawa. Although we're cautiously optimistic about recent proposed federal changes, Alberta could not afford to wait. Mr. Speaker, that is why we took action with electronic monitoring. This program is helping keep our communities safe by providing 24/7 supervision of high-risk and repeat offenders. It's a critical step toward combating rising crime and ensuring accountability. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this Assembly to join me in congratulating the Lacombe Police Service of 125 years of excellence. May their legacy continue to inspire and uphold the values of safety, service, and community for generations to come.
The member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Albertans are paying more and more every time they go to the grocery store, and the government's own numbers prove it. Just last year, canola oil has jumped 16%. Rice is up 20%. Ground beef up 18%, and coffee up 32%. Baby formula, something that no family with infants can go without, is nearly $49 a tin, up 10% from last year. Meanwhile, average wages in Alberta have only grown by 3%. That means families are falling behind every time they go to the checkout. And many can't afford to make the trip to the checkout anymore. Today, we learned that food bank use in Alberta is up 22% over last year. Let's not kid ourselves about what's driving this. Sobeys pulled in $2 billion in profits last year. Loblaws, $7 billion. It's gotten so bad that I half expect Galen Weston to start charging us to breathe the air in his grocery stores. The UCP government has told Albertans that the carbon tax was driving up the price of groceries, but the carbon tax has been gone for months, and prices are still going up. The real problem is that this UCP government isn't paying attention to the issues that matter most. Instead of tackling soaring food prices, they're too busy punching down on teachers and the severely disabled. They're targeting vulnerable youth and pandering to separatists. Albertans deserve leadership that's willing to take bold, creative action to bring the cost of food down, whether that's breaking up corporate monopolies, reining in price gouging, or strengthening food security right here at home. It's time for a government that fights for ordinary families and not billionaire CEOs. My colleagues in the NDP and I will keep standing up for everyday Albertans because no one should have to choose between groceries and rent.
Point of order was called at 1:44 p.m. The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the importance of free speech, civil discourse, and the danger we face when we leave respect for each other behind. On September 10th, Utah Valley University, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed before thousands of spectators. It was a moment of horror, a tragedy that rippled across North America and touched the hearts here in Alberta. Many in our community felt that remarkably great loss. For his message of courage and faith reached far beyond politics. That day, the world lost a courageous voice for free thought. But far more painfully, parents lost a son, a wife lost her husband, and 2 young children lost a father. Only faith can bring comfort in such darkness. Before the age of 25, Charlie founded Turning Point USA, driven by conviction, courage, and a deep belief that truth matters and that every person deserves to be heard. When someone disagreed with him, he didn't turn them away, he handed them a microphone. He understood that when people stop talking, they stop seeing each other as human beings, created in the image of God. His death reminds us of what happens when hatred replaces understanding and when we forget that every life is sacred. Even when debates in this chamber grow heated, we must remember that our purpose is not to win arguments, but to build a better province. We must defend free expression. We must never lose sight of the humanity of those across the aisle. As Scripture teaches in John 8:32, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Let us be strong in our conviction and gentle in spirit, guided by truth, anchored in faith, united in love of neighbor. And as Charlie Kirk taught us, democracy prevails. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
What teacher would want to come work for you? That question was posed to the Minister of Education yesterday, and I don't recall him giving an answer, so let me elaborate. The UCP has done such a bad job with education that teachers do not want to work under this government. In fact, around half of Alberta's new teachers quit in their first 5 years because their working conditions are untenable. So let's talk about today. Alberta students went back to school this morning and nothing has changed. Alberta still has the lowest per-student funding and the largest class sizes in the country. And teachers return to unsafe working conditions now with their constitutional rights stripped by this government. The feeling of despair amongst teachers is palpable. From the thousands of emails we are copied on, I know that the minister is aware of this too. If the government's offer was adequate, 89.5% of teachers would not have rejected it, and the UCP wouldn't have breached the charter to end the strike, an unprecedented and an egregious move that has led to national condemnation. Albertans are being lied to. The truth? The minister failed. He failed to do his job and ensure Alberta's education system had adequate funding. He failed to account for population growth, expand spaces, and address classroom complexity. He failed to hire enough teachers year after year. He failed to listen to teachers' concerns and put forward a real offer to end the strike. He failed the teachers of this province. He failed children and their parents. Today, the Minister of Education should do the honourable thing and resign, because he is responsible for the eroded state of public education and the greatest violation of democratic rights our province has ever seen. I call on Albertans to join us, write to the minister, and tell him what he already knows. He must resign.
Here.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees, presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
Not today. It is 150. Close enough to 150. So it is time for oral question period, and the first question today belongs to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this was a rough morning for parents, for teachers, and for students across Alberta. Scrambling to get back to school, back to work, pack lunches, create some lesson plans. And people returned with deeply, deeply mixed emotions. It didn't have to be like this. We could have avoided all of this. The government could have avoided all of this. Why did the government ignore this problem for so long, and why did the government refuse to use any of the tools they had to prevent the schools from ever being closed.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Childcare.
Mr. Speaker, I know it may indeed be a day of mixed emotions. However, I know that from many of the students and families that I've spoken to, they're extremely pleased and excited for their children to be able to return to school. Our government takes the firm position, Mr. Speaker, that a student's place is in the classroom. That is where our students need to be. They need to be there to improve their academic performance, their social well-being, and their psychological well-being, and we will make sure that they stay in class.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You know what would have made parents and students even happier, Mr. Speaker, if this government hadn't engineered a strike to get kids out of school in the first place. There were so many other choices. Yesterday, the minister actually said that he had, quote, very limited options left, end quote. Perhaps he recalls that. I'd like to focus on that word left. The reason there were no options left is because this government didn't use any of the options when they could have used them. Why didn't this government call a dispute inquiry board as soon as the teachers rejected the second deal, the same as the first deal?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, like I said yesterday, we looked at all of the options carefully and didn't come to the decision that we made lightly. We just witnessed the longest education strike in Canadian history, as I said yesterday, and we knew that kids had to be back in classrooms. Not only back in classrooms, but back in classrooms to stay. If we would have gone down the path of a dispute inquiry board, we may have delayed this for a month and had kids back out of classrooms again. If we would have used interest arbitration, we may have seen that lead to strikes at 2 levels if there's this unhappiness continues.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know, on this side of the House, we believe that you should negotiate in good faith, that the best deal is always a negotiated deal for employers, for workers, and for their unions. Right. This government was either unwilling, malice, or unable, incompetence, to come to this deal, and they can't blame the teachers. Why did the government engineer this strike rather than using every single tool in its toolbox to keep kids in school while addressing teachers' concerns?
The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, certainly didn't engineer a strike. Like I said yesterday, looking back at this, the government's saying yes twice, sitting with the mediator in September, taking what was the recommendation put forward by the ATA and agreeing to it at another $300 million cost, offering enhanced mediation the week before the strike ended if the teachers voluntarily went back to class so we could continue working on this. I will agree with the member. We would have preferred a negotiated deal too, like we've seen with 87 out of 155 individual collective agreements.
The Leader of the Opposition for the second set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A deal was in the offing. Even the minister now says that 30 days would not have been enough. It would have been enough if they had been at the table. Yes. Right. Even if this government hires 3,000 new teachers, that doesn't address retirements. It doesn't address those who are quitting because of the appalling working conditions. Yesterday in the House, the minister may recall that he admitted that not every school would get a new teacher or education assistant. He didn't say the other half, which means some schools, under that math, will lose teachers or education assistants. Will the government tell us today which schools will be losing educational staff?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it might be NDP practice to put teachers in schools where they're not needed or unnecessary. Our government will be gathering data from our school divisions and looking at the classroom-specific level of information so that we can deploy these resources and deploy these additional professionals to the classrooms that are needed the most, Mr. Speaker. That will ensure that we address complexity and reduce class sizes in the most concerning and challenging areas.
The Honourable Member.
Well, I certainly hope the minister always recalls that he just said that teachers are unnecessary, unneeded, and there are too many teachers.
Wow. Wow.
How naive is he? How naive is he that he believes that teachers will, as he said yesterday, immediately come and be hired to the schools. Schools don't miraculously graduate teachers. There are no substitute teachers. No one is coming out of retirement to work for this government. Where will these teachers miraculously come from?
Hear, hear.
Was that a point of order? Or no? No, it was not. Okay, Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to send the Leader of the Opposition a copy of the Hansard from today, because that's not what I said at all. And I would encourage the member to apologize for making inaccurate assumptions of another member's statement in this Assembly. I'd be very happy to accept that apology. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this kind of accusatory language and misrepresentation of the facts has gone on far enough, Mr. Speaker, and he wants to continue to shout while I ask him to try and explain himself. They can do that, but we're going to be focused on our kids, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
For this government to demand apologies when it is they who need to apologize.
Hear, hear.
Even if we could miraculously create teachers out of thin air, even if this government hadn't cut post-secondary education to the bone, the fact remains that this government has treated these workers with enormous and extraordinary disrespect. This government has continually attacked teachers. And for a government that talks about freedom while curtailing it every day, perhaps they have forgotten that people have choices. So, Mr. Speaker, what trained professional teacher would ever sign up to work for this government?
Hear, hear.
There you see it again, Mr. Speaker, using this kind of inflammatory language that does nothing to help solve the issues that we have in our education system. Suggesting that the government is attacking teachers is a complete mischaracterization, and I would argue, Mr. Speaker, it's totally irresponsible for a member of this Assembly to say. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition must do better and create a discourse that will help work towards improving conditions for students, not creating divisions between Albertans, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I will never be lectured by this government or by that minister
Hear, hear.
that we have to do better.
Yeah.
So yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we learned that in response to this government's pandering to separatists who want to destroy our nation, over 10% of adult Albertans signed what I believe to be the largest petition in Canadian history, saying Alberta should forever be a part of Canada. Yet this government continues to play with separatists. Will this government today commit to renouncing separation once and for all?
The Honourable Government Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. I think it's important to reaffirm what I have said in the past and what the Premier has said herself, that Alberta believes in being sovereign within a united Canada. Canada does not survive. Canada does not be a strong nation without a strong Alberta. We are an incredible place to live, to work. That's why people are coming here by the droves in record numbers, why we have fantastic job creation. But, Mr. Speaker, for this province to continue to be that bastion of hope and opportunity, we need to have our rights respected.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I've never had a dog, but I know a dog whistle when I hear one. And every time the government says a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, we know what they mean. They want some Albertans to only hear the first two words. They want some Albertans only to hear the last two words. But Albertans are so much smarter than this government. Albertans want this government to say once and for all that they are proud Canadians, that they believe in this country. So a simple question for the government: is every member of this government a proud Canadian?
The Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. You know, I would recommend getting a dog. Maybe you might get a Husky or a German Shepherd or maybe a Labrador, but they're wonderful companions, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of the answer to the question, I can tell you that I am very proud to be a Canadian. I'm also proud to be an Albertan. And I'm proud of all that this province has accomplished since 1905, and I will fight tooth and nail, like the Premier and every member on the government benches, to continue to defend Alberta as a sovereign province within a united Canada.
I'm so happy to hear the minister say, "I am a proud Canadian," with a period after that sentence. I'm also happy for the dog advice. Thank you for that. And we will give the government practical options right away to vote and to prove that they are proud Canadians. Motions they can vote on. 30 years ago this week, there was a rally on the streets of Montreal. I was there. We came very close to losing our nation, and the economy of Quebec has never, ever recovered. But that is what this government wants. How will the government prevent the fire they started from burning down Alberta and burning down Canada?
The Honourable House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's already been referenced once, but I'm not quite sure why the member opposite continues to use inflammatory language like burning down our province. Mr. Speaker, that is completely ridiculous and absolutely shameful. That kind of language has no business in this chamber. We are the government of Alberta. We're all duly elected representatives, 87 of us, to bring what matters most to our constituents to this floor. By using that kind of language to inflame and to incite hatred towards a government or any member of this assembly is blatantly irresponsible, and I encourage the member to do better.
The next question is for the member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans finally got to see Justice Wyant's report into UCP corrupt care. Contrary to what the Premier and the government have been saying, the report does not clear them of political interference or taking kickbacks because Justice Wyant was never allowed to investigate those pieces. This is why the opposition and countless Albertans have been calling for a full, real, unrestricted public inquiry into the corrupt care scandal. To the Premier, will you call a real public inquiry now?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Raymond Wyant for his independent investigation and report. Mr. Speaker, let the record be clear. Justice Wyant found no evidence that the Premier, any minister, any political staff member, a member of the government caucus, or any member of the public service that acted improperly, Mr. Speaker. This follows a review of more than 2 million records and interviews with 26 individuals. Justice Wyant's report found no wrongdoing from any member on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
To be very clear, in response to the minister, Justice Wyant wrote, quote, "I am not in a position to make a final and absolute determination. I can only make conclusions based on the documents I was able to review and the people I interviewed," end quote. Not interviewed the Premier, not interviewed any minister, not interviewed any current political staff. Why? Because they ensured Justice Wyant was fenced in and fenced off. A real public inquiry would give a judge free rein. Will the Premier call one?
Honourable Justice Minister.
Speaker, Justice Wyant had free rein to interview any member of this government caucus, any member of the public service, Mr. Speaker, any senior official, any senior individual in the Premier's office, and Justice Wyant had unfettered access to 2.25 million documents and records that he reviewed, Mr. Speaker. You know what he found? That not a single member of the government caucus acted improperly, and that every interaction was appropriate and that it was aligned with the transparency and accountability in mind.
Honourable Member.
The minister is wrong. Justice Wyant was fettered. He was fettered by the limitations of the scope of the terms of reference. He was allowed only to investigate certain things and not allowed to investigate the UCP politicians making offers and deals behind the table. A soap opera of taxpayer dollars going to companies that repeatedly underdelivered on masks, on Tylenol, and on chartered surgeries. The fact that the only thing that these companies seemed to deliver on was taking UCP politicians out on the town is a scandal. Why hasn't this government called a public...
Justice Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no amount of shouting, no amount of monologues is going to change the fact that Justice Wyant found no evidence of wrongdoing by any member of the government caucus, no evidence of wrongdoing, Mr. Speaker, by any member of the public service, any member of the Premier's office, no No record of wrongdoing whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker, the NDP doesn't want to talk about. And it's probably why Justice Wyant's report doesn't cater to that member's wild conspiracies.
Okay, honourable members, we are now at the point of the proceedings where there is no preamble after question 4 on supplementaries, but I know you will all remember that. And the first one to remember that is Edmonton Decor.
Alberta recorded over 6,000 COVID-19 hospitalizations last year, costing Albertans $36,000 each. So the most financially responsible plan should be free vaccinations. Yet this government is charging $100 for what should be free vaccines, despite evidence showing vaccines could have prevented 3,400 hospitalizations and saved $100 million. Will the minister explain how charging Albertans for vaccines is fiscally responsible when the cost of one single hospitalization is 340 times more than a single dose of a vaccine?
Yeah. A point of order was noted at 2:06, and now the Honourable Health Ministers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have assessed what NACI had said in the documents on the effectiveness, the cost effectiveness of having COVID vaccines as a universal program. In fact, NACI for Canada, the US, and the UK, and also an analysis by Quebec, all reached the same conclusions. Vaccination for COVID at this point is cost-effective only for those at higher risk. Mr. Speaker, that's what we are doing. We're providing COVID vaccines for those at higher risk. I'd like to tell the member opposite
the honourable member from Edmonton Decor.
Given we are referencing data here, according to CIHI, data shows ICU admission costs up to $51,000 each. Given vaccine uptake is falling and measles cases have surged close to 2,000, which costs an estimated $62 million. Can the minister clarify how making life more unaffordable and adding financial barriers to preventative health care like vaccines is helping reduce health care costs when the evidence shows completely the opposite?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. The member opposite has not studied the facts that, in fact, 2 years ago, 17% of Albertans actually got COVID vaccine. Last year, 13% actually got the COVID vaccine. We are ensuring that everyone who is in a high-risk category who wants that COVID vaccine can, in fact, get it. Mr. Speaker, compared to last year, after the first week of the rollout of the vaccine, we are seeing very similar numbers. In 25-26, it was 131,000 got their COVID vaccine. Last year, 164,000, and that doesn't include the private ones that are available now.
Member for Edmonton Decor.
Given Albertans are experiencing confusions on the vaccine rollout, Ontario, a conservative-run province, has a vaccine strategy that pharmacies, mobile clinics, targeted outreach, leading to higher uptake and lower wastage. Given Alberta removed pharmacy access and centralized distributions, creating delays and confusions while adding this financial barrier during cost of living crisis. If the minister believes Alberta's approach is working, can she explain why we are seeing lower coverage, longer wait times, and rising outbreaks?
Yeah.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the member opposite is getting their information, but it's inaccurate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in talking to the pharmacists that are providing COVID vaccines in our continuing care facilities, they are very pleased with the way of the rollout. Mr. Speaker, I've actually been in contact with CareX that represents the pharmacists that are in fact providing those vaccines. Mr. Speaker, 811 is having higher than normal calls, but they've added additional staff. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, 87% of seniors are eligible to get the COVID vaccine for free.
Honourable members, we recognize one at a time. I know everybody's enthusiastic. I thank you for that. And now it's the first question yet in the House by the member for Olds Didsbury 3.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans continue to face long wait times for diagnostic imaging services such as MRIs and CT scans, delays that can impact early detection and timely treatment for diseases. These delays can mean missing the critical window for early intervention, which we know can save lives. Given the importance of early intervention, can the Minister of Primary and Preventative Health Services share what steps our government is taking to reduce wait times and improve access to preventative screening for Albertans?
Great question. Great question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Our government is taking decisive action to reduce wait times by expanding access to diagnostic services. Albertans will soon have the option to privately purchase elective screening options such as MRIs, CT scans, full-body scans, and blood work. These reforms will support a patient-centred approach, reduce wait times, and encourage investment in diagnostic infrastructure, making our healthcare system even stronger. Mr. Speaker, these measures will relieve pressures off the public system and help shorten wait times for Albertans.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that early detection is one of the most effective ways to save lives and improve health outcomes, and given that breast cancer survival rates reach 93% when caught early, stomach cancer 70%, and lung cancer 60%, and given that long wait times for diagnostic screening are delaying access to these life-saving tests, can the Minister of Primary and Preventive Health Services explain how Alberta's new approach by expanding access will help everyday Albertans detect serious health issues earlier?
Good question. Minister.
I'm happy to, Mr. Speaker. Early detection is one of the most effective ways to improve health outcomes, and Albertans deserve that. Alberta plans to expand approach to preventative screening will, in fact, help make that easier. By increasing access to elective diagnostic services, Albertans can detect critical health conditions sooner, leading to fewer health complications and better health outcomes for Albertans. Mr. Speaker, this change is about providing timely access to healthcare services and giving Albertans the tools they need to take control of their health journey. Mr. Speaker, I know because I had eye cancer and it was caught early, it makes a difference.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that some Albertans are concerned about the potential for privatization in healthcare, and given that public diagnostic services are a cornerstone of equitable access, and given that expanding choice in healthcare has the potential to reduce pressure on the public system, how will the minister ensure this initiative strengthens our public healthcare system and guarantees that access remains based on need, not ability to pay?
Thank you. Good job. The minister.
Question, Mr. Speaker. Through Alberta's public health guarantee, we will in fact ensure that every physician-recommended test will be prioritized, and if a private test reveals a serious condition, the private test cost will be reimbursed. By empowering Albertans with the choice to privately purchase elective diagnostic tools, we are, in fact, easing pressure off our hospitals, shortening public wait times, and improving health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, our government will always work to enhance access to care in our public health system. Albertans deserve the best, and we are going to make sure that they actually get it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
The waitlist for affordable housing in Edmonton alone is now at 10,000 families, eligible families who can't get a safe roof over their heads. That's right, 10,000 families left waiting, while an estimated 5,000 people are unhoused in our city. The waitlist for housing increased 37% over the past 2 years. Some families I've spoken to have been waiting 5 years or longer. Let's recall, it was this government that launched Alberta is Calling, yet did nothing to build housing for the thousands and thousands of folks that they invited to this province. So why does the minister have no plan to address affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister for Assisted Living and Social
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member, when their party was in government, built no new houses anywhere inside the province, Mr. Speaker. This side of the House has seen affordable housing stock increase inside that member's home community by 30%, Mr. Speaker. Has seen record starts on both market and affordable housing. Has 7 of the most affordable jurisdictions anywhere in the world when it comes to affordable housing, right here in this province, including the city of Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. Rents are going down, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to do our great plan because we rejected the NDP's failure, which was to bomb our cities with rent control, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Edmonton Highlands North.
Given that if Albertans are able to find housing that's suitable for their needs, often they struggle with unpredictable rent increases. And given that this minister refuses any sort of caps on rent, despite Alberta being the largest province with no protection for renters, and this minister will say, as he just did, that rents have stabilized, but that's after renters have faced 3 consecutive years of skyrocketing rents. So to the minister who refuses to consider rent caps, refuses to maintain and build affordable housing, refuses to increase rent subsidies, why does he refuse to do anything to support Alberta renters?
Point of order has been noted at 2:15. Minister.
Again, we have rejected the NDP's call to bring in rent control because it would devastate our economy. Look no further than Ontario or Vancouver, who have types of rent control that see rent continuing to go up and housing supply continue to go down. Not here in Alberta, where we have record builds happening, Mr. Speaker. She's right. We had to overcome the challenges left by the infrastructure deficit of the NDP when they were in government. We've done that as Albertans. We're proud of it. And we got to watch, Mr. Speaker, with the new leader of the opposition who left the city of Calgary with such an infrastructure deficit. Their pipes started leaking with holes as big as dump trucks, Mr. Speaker. We won't be lectured by the NDP when it comes to
Highlands, Norwood.
Given that so many of our constituents are struggling to pay bills, and it's not just the cost of rent, it's groceries, it's insurance, it's childcare, it's a whole lot for so many, and you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone for whom life hasn't become more expensive under the UCP. No caps on rent, no caps on utilities, no caps on classroom sizes. It seems the only thing that this government is willing to cap is debate time. So to the Minister of Affordability, why has his government refused to take any tangible steps to help Albertans? Make it make sense.
The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud to be part of a government that brought in a tax break for Albertans, that every single working Albertan is going to save approximately $750 a year every year that tax break is in place. We continue to work with them. I'm very happy that our utility costs are down 63% from the peak that was caused by the failed policies of the NDP government. We are here working for Albertans every single day, working to make sure that affordability is found through every single ministry. We're here serving Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there's good reason to suspect there's a direct pipeline from the far fringes of the UCP's MLAs and members to this government's cabinet table, a convention, you might say. After all, it only took the lobbying of a handful of anti-vax conspiracists to convince the health minister to make COVID and flu vaccines much harder to get, despite the fact it will almost certainly cost lives. Now, the National Post is reporting that some of the same UCP influencers are about to lobby against the fluoridation of our water supply. So to the Minister of Health, should we be expecting legislation soon to protect Albertans' right to rot their teeth?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member opposite realizes that that, in fact, is a municipal decision. It has been a municipal decision for quite some time, and we are continuing to work with municipalities who would like input into that decision-making. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a municipal decision at this point in time.
Honourable Member.
Now, given it only took a handful of UCP influencers drunk on Fox News fallacies about voting machines to convince the Minister of Municipal Affairs to ban vote tabulators and tie up voting stations in red tape. And given that came at the cost of tax dollars, millions of them, and, well, literally some Albertans' right to vote in the recent municipal election, and given the National Post now reports that some of those same influencers are about to lobby the UCP regarding electromagnetic allergies. To that minister, should we be expecting legislation soon banning cell phone towers and local power lines?
Well, Honourable Member, the questions were connected, but not by government policy, but nonetheless, the minister wants to answer. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the advice we took and the experts that we had says that when it comes to paper ballots and it comes to hand-counted, it's the gold standard for us to have confidence in our elections going forward. It's exactly what the federal government has done for its entire history. It's what Alberta does. It's what over 300 municipalities do every single cycle of election. Mr. Speaker, the conspiracy theories are thick on the other side of the aisle. The truth is the best evidence...
Honourable members. We're not required to like the answer, but we are required to hear it. Minister?
Speaker, they're not required to listen to the truth, but let the people hear it, Mr. Speaker. It is the absolute best-case scenario for us to have hand-counted paper ballots so we can have confidence in the election.
Honourable member from Edmonton City Centre.
Well, given that it certainly appears it only took a handful of UCP influencers and perhaps the Premier's personal grudge to bring about laws and regulation that cratered the renewables industry in Alberta, and given that came at the cost of billions of dollars of investment and thousands of jobs, now given the National Post is reporting that some of those same regressive Republican wannabes are about to lobby ministers about weather modification or geoengineering programs. To the Minister of Environment, should we expect legislation on chemtrails this spring, or will there be an Alberta Next town hall first?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite would know that there are programs in place for hail suppression that have been in place for a number of years. And I do want to take the opportunity to talk about the great experience I had over the last number of months traveling the province, hearing from Albertans on the Alberta Next panel about their concerns with the federal government, how Confederation is working, and making sure that we can respect and represent their voices here in this legislature.
Next question is the Honourable Member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Valerie Resources, Mine 14 near Grand Cache, and Blackstone Project near Nordegg produce clean, low-volatility metallurgical coal that is essential for manufacturing steel. Unlike many surface operations elsewhere, Valerie's mines are fully underground, meaning a limited environmental footprint. These mines will secure Alberta's position as a world leader in metallurgical coal. To the Minister of Energy and Minerals, will the province continue to advocate for projects like Mine 14 and Blackstone?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and his hard work on this file. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Alberta does not advocate for specific projects. What we do is strengthen sectors. And in this particular case, we know that steel is absolutely vital for Canada, absolutely vital for the world. In fact, the EU has named it as a critical mineral, Mr. Speaker, so has the United States. Investments in innovation, modernization, and implementation of a world-class water and environmental protection will strengthen our domestic supply chains. We will only allow resources to be developed if the environment is protected as the first priority, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the Valerie Resources steel-making coal operations have the potential to deliver directly and indirectly 8,000 to 10,000 jobs, and given that global demand for ethical, sustainable metallurgical coal is on the rise, these projects can position Alberta as a key supplier in both domestic and international markets. Can the same minister explain how Alberta's government is supporting Valerie Resources and other metallurgical coal producers to expand production and attract investment?
Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As a province, we're working to strengthen industries of national importance and doing so at the highest standards in the entire world. We're designing a modernized framework that will give clarity to regulation while prioritizing the protection of our water and our environment. The Valerie project is an underground project, so it does not have selenium issues, Mr. Speaker. It's great news for the people of Alberta.
We're going to let the Honourable Member ask a question, if that's okay. Thank you. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that Valerie Resources is continuing to prove that Alberta's steelmaking coal can be produced cleanly, safely, and sustainably, and given that Alberta, not just British Columbia, has the ability to play a leading role in meeting Canada's and the world's steelmaking coal demand, to the Minister, what steps are being taken to promote Alberta's clean, ethical steelmaking coal to both Canadian manufacturers and international markets?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the first thing we're not going to do, Mr. Speaker, is we're not going to follow the example of the NDP in Alberta or the NDP in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. They exploited the Elk River, the Elk Valley, and Mr. Speaker, it is a disaster. What we're going to do is update the regulations which haven't been updated since the 60s. We're prioritizing the protection of our water and our environment as priority number one. We have banned mountaintop removal and new open pit mines in the Rockies. And when the NDP was in power, they did everything to the opposite, Mr. Speaker. Invited billionaires to come in and dig, baby, dig. It's not going to happen under this government, Mr. Speaker. We're going to prioritize people, water, and our environment.
The honourable member for Calgary, Bular McCall.
Mr. Speaker, Judge Wyant's report into the corruption and political interference in government procurement practices says on page 3, and I quote, "Unlike a public inquiry, this investigation didn't have power to subpoena or hear testimony under oath. As a result, people had the opportunity to decline to be interviewed. Some did. Further, because testimony was not under oath, people could decline to answer questions. Some did," end quote. Will the government tell Albertans which ministers and staff declined to be interviewed or answer questions from Judge Wyant?
Good question.
Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I wanted to highlight the good work of Judge Wyant. It was the first and only third-party, independent, judicially led investigation into the allegations made on the AHS matters. Judge Wyant concluded that not a single government minister, caucus member, political staffer, or member of the public service acted improperly whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is, not a single member of the government, senior political staff, or member of the public service declined an interview.
Honourable member.
Given that Judge Wyant's report clearly stated that a complete inquiry into the UCP corruption and healthcare procurement practices was not possible within the narrow terms of reference crafted by this UCP government, and given that no UCP minister or current staff were interviewed by Judge Wyant, is it now government policy to hide information from a judge rather than tell Albertans what's really going on?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that question is absolutely outrageous. The fact of the matter is, I just finished telling the honourable member that not a single government minister, political staffer, or member of the public service declined an interview with Justice Judge Wyant. But here's what Judge Wyant did find, Mr. Speaker. He found that AHS failed to follow its own procurement policies, that AHS leadership, under the watchful eye of the most senior of AHS leadership, failed to exercise due diligence to ensure that its own policies were followed.
Given that the UCP crafted the terms of reference for this inquiry to sweep things under the rug, given that the Judge Wyant inquiry is clearly not conclusive, and given that the report is raising more questions about this corruption in government procurement practices than it answers, what would it take for the minister to do the right thing and call a full, independent, judicial-led public inquiry into this corruption? What are they hiding?
Yes.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, a ridiculous notion. Judge Wyant looked over 2.25 million records provided by government and AHS and every single party involved, Mr. Speaker. He interviewed 26 different individuals who had information on this matter. There is nobody from government who refused or declined or did not cooperate with that investigation. Judge Wyant provided a comprehensive finding with 18 recommendations, and this government took immediate action. The Premier directed her Deputy Minister to begin implementing those recommendations immediately.
The honourable member for Leduc Beaumont.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans know that our oil and gas industry is the powerhouse of our great province. It feeds our families, pays our bills, and funds our schools and hospitals.
Hear, hear.
However, the NDP just doesn't agree, showing us time and time again that they don't care about Alberta's energy sector. But for those who do care about building Alberta's prosperity, could the Minister of Energy and Minerals please explain how increasing pipeline capacity would benefit everyday Albertans and our economy?
Hear, hear. Good question. Minister of Energy and Minerals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the hard-working member for the question. There's no question at all in most Canadians' minds how important our oil and gas sector is, Mr. Speaker. The Trans Mountain expansion proved the demand for our responsibly produced oil with record exports. Now, if Northern Gateway, Keystone XL, and the Energy East pipeline, which all of those members protested, Mr. Speaker, had been constructed, we would now be generating $10 to $15 billion more in provincial tax revenue every single year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know they don't understand that because they're the no development party, but let's be honest, that's what pays for schools, bridges, hospitals, all the things that they take for granted.
Leduc Wilmot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Given Energy Ban EB's troubling record of standing in the way of Alberta's oil and gas reaching new markets, and given the importance of Alberta's resources getting fair value on the world stage, to the same Minister, how is our government ensuring that pipeline projects will succeed despite outside roadblocks so that Alberta workers, families and communities can continue to grow and prosper?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's true. The naughty nine are out there. They're federal laws and they're bad, Mr. Speaker. They're not helping Albertans, it's not helping Canadians, but our Premier with this government is standing up. We understand how important pipelines are, and the vast majority of Canadians actually support us in that. We're acting as proponent to build a new pipeline to Canada's northwest coast and to submit an application for its inclusion on the national projects list. This pipeline will be built through a partnership with First Nations and industry, Mr. Speaker. Truly the way to go ahead and do this is the way Alberta is doing it, and we're going to get it done.
Honourable member.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that Albertans expect major energy projects to meet the highest safety and environmental standards, and given this government's clear and unwavering commitment to responsible development and long-term sustainability, to the same Minister, how is our government ensuring that oil and gas projects include the latest safety technologies, environmental protections, so that Albertans can be confident that our energy is being transported efficiently and responsibly?
Thing is, we have a world-class energy regulator. They are the best in the world. It's clear. Other jurisdictions come to us and say, how do you do it so well? Can you teach us? And Mr. Speaker, we do that. We have some of the highest standards in the world governing safety in production and transportation, and we teach other people how to do it properly. This is not your grandpa's oil patch, Mr. Speaker. Pipeline incidents have dropped by 46% from 2014 to 2023 as the pipeline network actually expanded. Mr. Speaker, good news today, though. I heard that actually a member of the NDP, the member from Edmonton Centre, now supports fluoride pipelines. It's a start, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Calgary-Beddington.
Yesterday, the Minister of Education informed this House that he had sent a directive to school boards to collect information on student-teacher ratios, number of students with complex needs, number of teachers and education assistants, so he can get a clear understanding of the conditions in every classroom. Which begs the question, how is it that the Minister of Education doesn't already have an understanding of classrooms in Alberta?
We do have an understanding of classrooms, Mr. Speaker. We know that our classroom sizes are increasing. We know that there's more complex dynamics in our classrooms. We've seen a 34% increase, as an example, in the number of refugee students. We've also seen a significant increase in the number of students who speak English as an additional language. So we do understand the dynamics, but of course we want to get the absolute clearest picture that we can for each individual classroom so that we can deploy resources to assist those classrooms that need assistance the most.
Calgary-Beddington.
Given that in 2023 the NDP put forward a private member's bill, Bill 202, that asked the government to return to collecting and publicly reporting data on class size and complexity, given that this government responded to the bill by saying that it, quote, introduces burdensome reporting mechanisms that threaten to divert precious resources away from the core of our educational mission, end quote, will the minister pinpoint for Albertans the exact moment he realized voting down Bill 202 was a huge mistake?
Mr. Speaker, Albertans are interested in moving forward, not rehashing the past to try and score political points. That's why our government will be extrapolating this data so that we can get a better understanding of the dynamics affecting each of our individual classrooms. That information will be essential, as I've mentioned a moment ago, so that we can deploy necessary resources so that our students have the most optimal conditions possible to improve their learning.
Honourable member.
Given that Albertans have made it clear to this government that their lowest education funding per student in the country is a disgrace, Given that all Albertans deserve transparency from this government when it comes to class size and composition, will the minister commit to making public the information he has requested from school boards? And just a yes or no will do, Minister.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once we've had the opportunity to collect the data, of course, and analyze the information, I'm looking forward to providing a lot of transparency to Albertans, because I think Albertans want to get a better understanding of how their tax dollars are being allocated in the classroom and where those resources are going. So we are moving forward, and we want to ensure that we create the maximum amount of transparency possible.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park.
This government needs to land the carbon capture plane. Over $15 billion of potential investment is waiting in the wings, but final investment decision is pending. Dow's now at a 2-year delay. Heidelberg is back to value engineering. Varma can't go ahead without regulatory stability. The government announced the Alberta Carbon Capture Incentive Program 2 years ago. It's still not finalized. Meanwhile, they fired the entire energy transition team. So a simple question: where is the Alberta Carbon Capture Incentive Program?
The Honourable Minister for Energy and Minerals.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's here in Alberta, and we are leading the world, Mr. Speaker. There's no question we have the best geology in the world for this. We have other jurisdictions that talk about how to do it, but Mr. Speaker, the truth is we are doing it. We're actually doing it at scale. We have 2 carbon capture pipelines that have been very successful. Quest, for instance, for the first time ever, didn't need government support last year. It's a great project. It's a great innovation, and it's a great first step for Albertans to take GHG emissions, Mr. Speaker, and sequester them and bring that average down. It's a great thing for our projects, it's a great thing for oil, and it's a great thing for our industry, Mr. Speaker. The hot air over there, I'm not sure about it.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park.
Great. Given that international businesses like Dow are evaluating locations around the world for their investments, given that their final investment decisions weigh regulatory stability along with construction costs, feedstock costs, and the market access for their products, and given that corporate investment decisions are made based on that swing vote of regulatory stability, the very thing we can control, why are the UCP creating chaos instead of ensuring regulatory stability to bring great jobs to Canada and the Alberta industrial heartland?
Well, that was at least the shortest preamble I've heard in a while. Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're bringing jobs to Alberta. In fact, one moment they're complaining about all the jobs that are being created in Alberta and all the people that are fleeing other jurisdictions to come to Alberta, and the next minute they're complaining about it. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that CCUS, we are global leaders in carbon capture sequestration, Mr. Speaker, but unlike the NDP, who will open the pocketbook to big business, we will not do that. We will take care of Albertans' money, Mr. Speaker. We will make sure that every dollar is invested properly, and some of these projects may not go ahead. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, there's no better jurisdiction in the world to do it than Alberta, and we're going to be lockstep with the industry to do so.
This government is also creating labour instability in Alberta, given that what we hear is the UCP moan about the federal government when they haven't delivered on a single policy to incentivize carbon capture utilization and storage. Given that this government had 2 years to get the Alberta Carbon Capture Incentive Program running, but still haven't got it off the ground, given that the regulatory instability is destroying private industry and job creation in Alberta, why can't this government land these planes and unlock the largest investments ever in Alberta's industrial heartland?
Minister.
Speaker, I'm not sure what the member's talking about. We've invested or committed approximately $2 billion of taxpayers' money. Now, he may not look at that as a significant sum, but, Mr. Speaker, we certainly do. We're managing every dollar efficiently. A lot of customers are looking at the opportunity to come to Alberta and create jobs and wealth, Mr. Speaker, because we're so far advanced over other jurisdictions. But, Mr. Speaker, he may not have noticed, but there's something going on in the world that's a little bit in turmoil. It's called Trump. It's taking a little bit more time to get back to stability. But fortunately, we have this Premier who's making sure that every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, is a better step than yesterday.
The honourable member for Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Airdrie is often the fastest growing community in all of Canada, and given that our government has approved 6 new schools since 2019, Airdrie is playing catch-up after the former NDP government approved no None. 0 new schools in Airdrie in 4 years. We have 6 schools receiving funding in Airdrie. Given that these 6 schools won't be built overnight and we're facing challenges here today, can the Minister of Education and Childcare please update us on the School Construction Accelerator Program and what this means for schools in Airdrie?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the city of Airdrie is one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing city in all of Canada, which demonstrates that Alberta is an incredible place to live. Of course, that does create a significant pressure for our schools and school divisions. There are a number of projects that are underway. We're looking at a new K-8 school in southwest Airdrie, a new high school as well. In addition, the renovation of the St. Martin de Porres High School is underway and almost completed. All of these projects will welcome thousands of more student spaces.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that many of these schools won't be ready for a couple of years, and given that existing schools in Rocky View schools and Calgary Catholic schools in Airdrie are stretched to their limits, will the minister provide an update on the accelerated modular classroom investments to addressing overcrowding while we wait for our new schools to be built?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member has had the opportunity to, the member and I have had the opportunity to chat on several occasions regarding modulars and has done an incredible job of advocating for her constituents and the needs of her constituents. We were able to deploy additional modulars to benefit Airdrie residents. And of course, they're not permanent solutions, but they are very effective short-term solutions to create additional spaces where needed.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given that our kids are finally back in the classroom where they belong, and given that we are addressing the space issues by building schools, adding modular classrooms, however, there are still supports needed for students with complex needs. What is the minister's plan to ensure future stability of our schools, particularly in my community?
Well, we will be, Mr. Speaker, addressing the issue, of course, of classroom complexity. We will be tackling it head-on. Premier has asked me to convene a task force on classroom complexity, and we'll be inviting the Alberta Teachers Association to be a part of that with us so that we can develop solutions that will help improve conditions in our classroom, because, of course, that's the most important thing that we have to always keep in mind is the best interests of our students, and their best interests are served by being in school and having the support that they need, and we will make sure that that gets done.
And so ends question period.
Tabling returns and reports.
The honourable member for Edmonton, and I'm McClung.
I stand today to table the requisite 5 copies of an email letter from a constituent. We strongly oppose the government's reported plan to use again the notwithstanding clause to override the charter rights of trans, two-spirit and gender-diverse Albertans.
Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Mr. Speaker, I table 5 copies of the article that I referenced in my question set earlier that is entitled "For Some Low-Income Families in Edmonton, the Wait for Affordable Housing Lasts Years," and it talks about the 10,000 folks who are on the wait list for affordable housing in Edmonton. Thank you.
Edmonton, Riverview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the requisite copies of some postcards I received from teachers across the province in my office. Certainly, these are gives information that every member should read.
Calgary, Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the requisite copies of the 23 emails I referenced in my debate from a constituent with an autistic kid suffering through the underfunded public education.
Okay, we have Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Today I represent the requisite copies of a letter from a kindergarten teacher of 8 years who spends their days managing mental health crisis, emotions and trauma more than they teach. With the funding and support provided, they are unable to support themselves or students in crisis.
Edmonton Decor.
Mr. Speaker, I have the requisite copies of an article from Buckland Institute. It's about the UCB immunization policy, limiting supply, restricting eligibility, and imposing cost barriers to Albertans. I ask all members to read this article.
Edmonton, Mill Woods. No, it isn't. Northwest is what I meant to say.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have requisite copies of a letter sent by the Alberta Medical Association to the Education Minister calling for smaller class sizes and to have more attention for students with special needs and to invest in Alberta's education system properly.
Calgary, Beddington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table 5 copies of a letter from a teacher talking about her very heavy workload. That teacher has been sent back into her classroom with no additional supports today.
St. Albert.
Speaker, I have 5 copies of a blog post called Crip View, and it's written by Dr. Heidi Jans, and it's entitled From Where I Sit, Adapt, a Deadly Ableist Plan for Disabled Albertans.
Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the copies of a letter from a school administrator and teacher describing the work condition and heavy workloads in their schools.
Calgary, Elbow.
Mr. Speaker, today I present the requisite copies of a letter from a middle school principal who has been in education for 35 years describing seeing the rise of violence and aggression in schools and pleading with the government for funding to address these issues.
Are there any other tablings? I see none.
Tablings to the clerk.
Okay, that takes us to points of order. Okay, we got I think 3 points of order today. The first point of order was called at 1:44 p.m. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on point of order 23H, I, and J. At the time noted, during a member statement, the member from Edmonton Gold Bar said, with my unofficial records, instead of tackling soaring food prices, they're busy punching down on teachers and the severely disabled. Mr. Speaker, not only is this a horrific visual depiction, but it's also language that we have many times in this chamber deemed to be inappropriate and unparliamentary, whether it's talking about a specific member or talking about the government caucus as a whole. I think this language is a point of order, but I'd certainly leave it in your hands.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll start just by referencing Speaker Kowalski's comments on December 1st regarding points of order during members' statements and members being allowed to have the widest swath possible, but that members also have responsibility during that time to use language that is in order. Secondly, I do acknowledge with the government House Leader that punching down is something that has come up for discussion in this chamber in the past, specifically on November 6th, November 27th, and on November 5th. Mr. Speaker, at no time in those 3 instances was the terminology of punching down, specifically using the idiom and talking about the government as a collective, ruled out of order. In the case of November 5th, the Speaker issued comments and said, if members are implying that other members are punching individuals, then that would, of course, be a challenge. On November 6th, as part of the ruling, is that, apologies, Mr. Speaker, it's been a long week. I appreciate it. But on November 6th, it was not ruled out of order, and on November 27th, the Speaker made comments that are helpful to the argument that I am making now. Quote, I believe that in this occasion what I heard is that the member was speaking about the government as opposed to individual members and used the words punching down. The Speaker in previous rulings essentially encouraged and implored upon people to be careful in how they use that terminology. That terminology can be interpreted to be violent. But it is an idiom that can talk about attacking or criticizing, used in a member statement here, and I genuinely believe reflecting how Albertans are feeling at this very moment. It has not been ruled a point of order in the past. I do not believe it is a point of order today. I look forward to your ruling.
Well, thank you. While we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, Alberta's feelings aren't really what we rule on here in points of order, as important as Albertans' feelings are. And I agree with you on some of what Speaker Cooper said on November 27th when you and I would say it wasn't perfectly helpful to your argument because Speaker Cooper, in fact, discouraged the use of the term punching down. He strongly discouraged it, even when referring to government as opposed to an individual. So I would recommend that you counsel your members, opposition House Leader and government House Leader for that matter, against using this term. It's not going to call it a point of order today, but it's one of those things that if you folks in the House insist upon going back there, it will probably end up as a point of order. Today it isn't. We'll consider the matter dealt with and concluded, and with great hopes that we will learn from this little talk. The next point of order is was at 2:06 p.m. Oh, the other thing that I'll say briefly while I'm finishing up that is that while we discourage points of order during member statements, we also encourage the member statements to not be disrespectful, and that'll be a reminder for the event today, the statement today that precipitated a potential call of a point of order. 2:06 p.m. The Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise on a point of order, particular 23J, use of abusive or insulting language. At this point in time, the Minister of Justice was speaking, or just finished a question, and the member from Edmonton-Whitemud, from a sedentary position across the aisle, said, as best as I have it, you're a lawyer, you should know better. Shame on you. Or words to that effect. Now, Mr. Speaker, shame on you is a normal parliamentary expression that can be used. However, as your predecessor, Speaker Cooper, has noted many times, just because something is or is not a point of order on a certain day does not mean it will or won't be, and vice versa in the future. Context is appropriate and important here. And to borrow from the opposition House Leader's language, this was not referred to as government as a collective. This was levied particularly at the Minister of Justice. This particular member of Edmonton-Whitemud has not more than a single time, but many times, last time he rose in this House in a point of order, that member was also attacking the Minister of Justice based on his physical appearance. Today is attacking that member based on his chosen vocation. Personalized attacks, trying to impute false motives or language that's of a nature likely to cause disorder in the House, is unparliamentary. In this particular case, the government does feel strongly that the member of Edmonton-Whitemud has fallen into a habit of continuing to make personal attacks, not even against government as a whole, not against random government members, but particularly the Minister of Justice. And for an orderly House, we ask the member opposite to apologize and withdraw those statements.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Government House Leader is choosing to break our standing orders by insulting the member for Edmonton-Whitemud and accusing her of attacking another member, something that he ought not do. As the Minister has just argued, and as he has admitted, shame on you language has absolutely been used within this House, and in fact, that Deputy House Leader on May 13th, 2025, gave an excellent argument about why the language like shame would not be a point of order. Now, Mr. Speaker, I need to give you some context, because the member for Whitemud did use the word shame to begin, and then the Minister of Justice told her to calm down. He started yelling at her across the line, calm down, calm down. Now, Mr. Speaker, you may be aware, telling a woman to calm down is dismissive, invalidating, condescending, and likely to escalate and create disorder. So while the government would like to portray that there may be one bad actor, we know this is not the case, that we are all responsible for the decorum, and that the situation was escalated by the Minister of Justice telling a strong woman who has excellent facts backing up her opinions that she needed to calm down while she was engaging in what I would say is typical behavior in our Parliament when there is something that is so heated. Given that shame on you language was not ruled in a point of order on May 13th when the Deputy Government House Leader was defending his own member who had just done that, and given the fact that the Minister of Justice contributed to escalating this by telling our member to calm down, I suggest to you this is not a point of order. I think that all members should reflect on how they are behaving in this House, and I look forward to your ruling.
Well, the thing I agree with most is the last sentence, is that all members of this House should reflect on how we address one another. I couldn't agree any more than the last sentence you used, Opposition House Leader. I don't know whether I'm unhappy or grateful I didn't hear directly any of these things going back and forth, but it does indicate a bad habit that we should all reflect upon and avoid using personal comments against one another. I will say that, as the government deputy House Leader said, context is important. I think the phrase "shame on you" or "shame" is, I think, as the government deputy House Leader did say, it's a pretty common parliamentary thing to do, and probably it's largely acceptable because it's better than a lot of other things that people could choose to say. Right? And you're all laughing. Okay, I think that's an indication you recognize that. So, listen, this is not a point of order, but it is indicative of bad habits creeping in here, and particularly when people make personal comments at one another. Now, this is, as members, it's our house, and how businesses conduct here is up to us. If you want to reach for the bottom, by golly, I'm sure we'll all get there. On the other hand, this might be a good opportunity for us to think about recalibrating and not reaching for the bottom. And to be clear, there's lots of ways that you can make even a negative point without being unparliamentary and without personal insults. Let's try that. And even better, let's just not insult one another. This is a house of debate. I think we can have the debate without getting extra personal. In this particular case, it's not a point of order, but as has been raised here a couple times, context matters. Let's not wait till we cross the line where we have to add another word that we can't say, and particularly one that's, I think we all just agreed by giggling that it's better than some of the other words that people could choose to use in here. So let's remember context also is important. We'll consider that matter dealt with. 2:15, there was a point of order called by the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I begin, I need to call another point of order at 2:56. At 2:15, a point of order while you were speaking, yes.
Okay. With 2:15 first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order was around the Minister of Housing. Apologies. I'm tired. Pardon?
Assisted living and social services.
Assisted living and social services. Thank you very much, colleagues. In response to the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, our first point of order today at 1:44, the government House Leader talked about the horrific visual language around punching down. I rose on this point of order because the language used was bombing our cities. And in this case, it was bombing our cities with rent control. Given your earlier ruling, Mr. Speaker, and given the parallels here, I think I will withdraw, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, well, thank you. And I guess because I can, editorially, the phrase bombing our cities probably isn't the best phrase that we could possibly use here, and I'll leave it at that today because there's no point of order. Okay, thank you. Did you have, now I'm just going to consult with the table staff. Are point of orders even allowed during points of order discussion? Our opposition House Leader, according to our standing orders, points of order, or there's no allowance for making them during the discussion of points of order. Is there some very, very brief comment that you would like to make?
A very brief comment, only to say that while you were ruling on the back and forth between the Edmonton for Member Whitemud and the Justice Minister then chose to wink at my member
also another condescending action. And if that had been us, the government would never let it go. This back and forth needs to stop. It is not an us thing. And that is why I rose on a point of order, because it's completely unhelpful for decorum in this place.
Thank you. Whoa, what was that? I didn't hear it. I don't know what it was, but it was withdrawn, which is probably an indication it wasn't good. Folks, listen, this is actually your house. I just administer the rules that you have approved for this house. And within that, you can, again, here's what I think. If you reach for a higher level of debate, you'll succeed. And if you reach for a lower level of debate, you'll also succeed. I think we need to do the former and reach for a bit of a higher level of debate, because it's easy to get to the bottom. It's actually way more, it takes a lot more thought and skill to actually debate aggressively without personal insults and all of that. And let's reach for a higher level of debate, because this wasn't a really great example in this today of that. So we're all adults. Let's be adults. There's no, pardon me? Sorry?
The leader, the opposition House leader, though it was not an official point of order, had an opportunity to bring to the attention of the legislative floor a concern that she had with regards to conduct to members on this side.
I will give you the same courtesy that I gave the other House leader. Make it brief.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to make it brief. What I would say is, like you said, if we're going to start reaching for the bottom, we're going to go there. But if we're going to take the slightest action as a personal attack or a personal threat, unless there is an egregious action, I am very concerned that we're going to go tit for tat on this. It wasn't that long ago that a member from the opposition benches blew a kiss at me. And I'm not,
brief enough.
I'm not saying who, but I'm just saying it's happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, honorable government House leader. That was brief. That was enough, and it was brief enough. And it's just indicative of what we're talking about here. Isn't it a shame we spent 20 minutes talking about not behaving like the adults that we all said we would behave like when we all got elected? Let's just reflect on that, please. And it is now time for orders of the day.
Motions. Motion number 3, Honourable Mr. Scow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 3 on the order paper, which reads as follows. Be it resolved that when the Legislative Assembly resolve into Committee of Supply, when called to consider supply, to be granted to His Majesty.
Sir, well, there's people leaving and coming and going, which is all okay. I'm just trying to identify who's standing that may want to speak to this.
Not debated.
Oh, okay. All right. On the motion by the Honourable Government House Leader, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? So carried.
Consideration of Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor's speech. Adjourned debate on amendment. Honourable Mr. Williams.
Honourable member from St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's my pleasure to rise and speak to throne speech. Actually, before I talk about the amendment, which is where we left off, I just wanted to rewind a little bit. And on Throne Speech Day, I and my colleagues were so excited to be back. Obviously thrilled to welcome some new members to the chamber. One from the UCP benches and, of course, 2 from the New Democrat benches. Particularly excited to finally have an opportunity to welcome our new leader to the chamber. So that was very exciting. Now, I was very happy to hear about the amendment that our leader of the New Democrats, or the official opposition, made, and that read to inform the member moved that the motion be amended by adding the following: after the opening of the present session, and to inform Your Honour that the Legislative Assembly affirms that Alberta and the rest of Canada are stronger together and denounces provincial separation as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. Excuse me, I'm having a few troubles actually reading this. So anyway, excited that we're talking about this with an amendment as the vehicle, because that was actually one of the things that was incredibly disappointing in this throne speech, and I'll get to that as I make my way through this throne speech. So obviously it was wonderful to see all of my colleagues, wonderful to see the Lieutenant General, and to see all of the guests here in the Assembly, but it was disappointing to hear this throne speech. Now, one of the first things that was covered in the throne speech was federal and U.S. relations. Now, I'm sure colleagues will agree it's been stressful actually watching our neighbors to the south and watching what is going on with really an authoritarian government really intent on squashing democracy in that country. We sort of see it all the time on the news. We see what's happening in their country, whether it's the gerrymandering that is going on, or refusing to swear in new members of Congress that have been elected. I think there's one that's been left out for a month, and so we're seeing all of these attacks on democracy, and it causes me, as I watch our neighbors to the south, to look here in Alberta and to see some of the things that are happening here in Alberta are also very alarming. I see a lot of authoritarian tendencies from this government. A lot of them you can actually, some of them are coded in this speech, but they are here and they are easy to recognize. And without a doubt, this government is eroding democracy. They're eroding it by just the lack of transparency overall that we've seen over the last over 6 years now, that we just continue to get less and less information, more and more spin, and less factual information. And even talking from a very sort of granular level, even at a committee like something like, say, public accounts, we're just not getting the information that we used to. We're not getting the answers that we deserve, actually, that is our right to get. That's what we're sent here to do, is to hold the government to account using these vehicles, and that's not really working. So in the throne speech that was amended by our leader, I see a desire from this government to be a strong Alberta and a strong Canada, and I'm 100% behind that, Mr. Speaker. I am 100% on Team Alberta, but I'm also 100% on Team Canada. And you can't really have one without the other, because we are together. Our strength as a nation is together. And so it is incredibly disturbing. It has been incredibly disturbing to watch that also be eroded by the passage of legislation to make it easier to do the things that we've been worried about, to do the things that we saw Quebec do decades ago, and we continue to see that economic harm today. And although, again, well, I was a kid when we left Quebec. I was a teenager, but I do recall listening to lots of conversations around different tables of people that were older than me and talking politics, and not all of it made a lot of sense sometimes, but I do recall hearing them talk about the dangers of what was happening. And this went on over a long period of time, and talking about the business that was being driven out, although my parents say that's one of the reasons we left. We'll take them at their word, how about that? But a lot of people did leave because of the language barriers that were put up as a result of changes in legislation at that time, and the real push to be independent, when I think, well, we know that the majority of Quebecers at that time wanted to remain in Canada. So anyway, it is very disturbing to also then hear this government, well, actually the Premier, Mr. Speaker, has said, that this was harmless legislation that was brought in. It was really just, to give people a vehicle to do things, to do things that were important. But, and then blaming Luke Halsik and that Forever Canadian petition that is going on, to blame him for the risk, the economic risk that we're all feeling, or that we will continue to feel because of the threat of separation. That's a bit rich. Now, I have seen some pretty wild spin in this place. I've heard some pretty wild spin from this government. That's probably in the top 5. So, going on through the throne speech that was amended by our leader, I see that they're talking about in this section about, this government has driven back the anti-energy movement. This always sort of makes me chuckle a little bit when the members opposite like to point to the horrible New Democrat government that ruined the energy sector in Alberta for the 4 years out of the last 50-some that the New Democrat government was in power. That's sort of silly when you think about it. That was the government that got it done. We have Trans Mountain today because of the work of that Notley government. That was 4 years, over 50. Now, the other thing that is kind of funny is, you know, that New Democrat government and those NDP over there on that side, they're just anti-energy and anti-pipeline. And there couldn't be anything further from the truth. We understand the history of this province. We understand that that sector is the foundation that we've built a lot of what we're so proud of on. We understand that. We all understand that. I can remember when Rachel Notley was Premier, the government took really aggressive actions and spent quite a bit of money doing advertising. I believe it was outside of the Ottawa airport at the time when they were trying to get that pipeline done, that deal done with the federal government at the time. And that was insightful because they understood the need to get the product to market, more capacity to get product to market. We were proud of it, and it's kind of silly that year after year, it's just kind of old spin and rhetoric now, but they continue to bring these old beliefs, or I don't even know what they are. No, it's not misinformation because that would be unparliamentary, but not necessarily factual information, because I would suggest that Notley government and all of us on this side understand that the sector is vitally important to this province, and we'll do whatever we can to support it, and that's the way we've always been. So moving on, I see that the throne speech that was amended by our leader continues to talk about the importance of good relationships between our country and our neighbours to the south. Absolutely. You know, I'm happy to see that this government has maybe reduced or quieted down the rhetoric and the attacks on the federal government and give them some space to actually do some of the negotiating and some of the work that they need to do. I think all of us in this chamber, regardless of where our political ideology lies, can realize and understand that the administration to the south of us isn't exactly, I don't know, predictable or make much sense most days. And so I think it's really important that we as a country together address and face this threat. So, like, I think, you know, going down to Mar-a-Lago, getting selfies with the orange guy, you know, was that worth it? Did it help us? I'm going to go with no. Anyway, moving on in the throne speech, the next section goes into in detail the economy and the budget. Naturally, that is one of the most, well, that is the most important thing that we always hear about when we're door knocking, when we're planning, you know, what is important going forward is obviously the economy. And then I would say, like, how on earth, I'm assuming that the people opposite, just like the people on this side, that we're all smart people, we understand somewhat the way the world works. How on earth the members opposite could possibly think that talks of separation would be in any way positive and any way helpful to strengthen the Alberta economy? It does not. Now, if you look at the throne speech a little of the ways down when they're talking about the economy and the budget, they're saying the vast majority of Albertans do not want deep and disruptive cuts, because naturally that's where this government goes to when they talk about the economy and the budget is cuts. So they don't want disruptive cuts, nor do they want declarations of an economic emergency used as a pretext for proliferation of government programs and spending. That's a mouthful, but, you know, I actually agree with these statements. I appreciate the sentiment, but that is not what is happening right now. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. And I agree that the vast majority of Albertans do not want deep cuts. They do not want destabilization. They do not want uncertainty and panic, and that's what they're getting, specifically in one area. Now, as I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we didn't use the word in this entire throne speech. I don't know that I saw the word woman or the word disabled in the entire throne speech, but we've kind of gotten used to that by now. But what is happening in the sector that supports people with disabilities is doing the opposite of what we see in this throne speech. So there are over 1 million people, Mr. Speaker, with disabilities that live in Alberta. There's only 77,000, going on 80,000 people that are forced to rely on AISH. And as you know, it's not easy to get AISH. You qualify for AISH when you meet a high standard of what is your disability? Is it permanent? Is it severe, profound? And does it permanently impact your ability to financially support yourself for the rest of your life? These are not easy bars to meet. It is a very difficult process. It is very long. It's actually quite expensive. And what this government is doing is destabilizing a massive sector of our population. Now, 77,000 people on AISH, a lot of them have children. Certainly a lot of them have families and friends. And what this government has introduced is uncertainty. So in February, we saw the minister stand up and say that we are changing AISH. Now, the reasons given were false, demonstrably false, and if you look in the government's own annual report, you'll see that. They're talking about there's massive fraud in this program. That's incorrect. That's a commonly used, I don't know, like dog whistle, I guess, when talking about programs like this, that there's massive fraud in this program. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any criminals that defraud the government and take money they're not entitled to. They certainly are. And that's why this government and all other governments in this particular ministry have a fraud investigation unit. And so if you suspect fraud in this program, I encourage anybody at home and in this chamber to report it so that it can be investigated and arrive at a decision. But the cases or the allegations or instances that are reported, I think the ones that are found to be fraudulent are like 0.001% or something like that. So the reasoning given by the minister is incorrect. Now, what they're doing is, well, they're already doing the work behind closed doors, but they really won't admit that, and certainly not in the throne speech that was amended by our leader. But what they are doing behind closed doors is changing the eligibility of AISH. So by July, all 77,000 people are going to get moved to a new program they call ADAPT. Well, people in the disability community are calling it a deadly ableist plan. The government is choosing to call it a Alberta Disability Assistance Program, ADAPT. And they'll move everybody there, but then they're going to decide who gets to move back to a new AISH program. So we don't really know how they're going to sort them. I was suggesting maybe the Harry Potter sorting hat. We don't know. But the words that we've heard this government throw out are profound or palliative. That tells me, Mr. Speaker, they're changing eligibility behind closed doors without any consultation out in public and with Albertans. What that has done is destabilize a group of people that already lost access to a new federal benefit for $200, and they're going to be moved to a new program called ADAPT that will be $200 lower than AISH. So when government says, trust us, we're doing this so people can work, it's going to be great. It's going to be fabulous. They're all going to move to this program. We'll move some back. The rest will stay. We'll change appeals. We'll do this. We'll do that. It'll be great. They'll work. It'll be awesome. Well, the reality is AISH already had the ability to do the things that the government is suggesting that they'll do in a new program. So that's incorrect as well. The other thing that it is doing, Mr. Speaker, is it will immediately shine a light. And mark my words, I will go back and clip them. Mark my words, once you switch all of these people, thousands and thousands of people that will now be looking for jobs that are not there, you are going to increase the problems we have with public safety, going to increase the instances of people showing up in the emergency department. The number of people without homes that are living rough or on the street or couch surfing will increase dramatically. You will have additional instances of domestic violence. You will have all kinds of instability, Mr. Speaker. That is what's going to happen. Mark my words. It's already happening because of the anxiety in this community. Now, if I look at the economy and budget section of the throne speech, it talks about the need to go gently and wisely and thoughtfully as we address the economy. Now, if you believe that making these massive changes to this segment of our population will not destabilize us in many ways, then you're sadly mistaken and don't understand the Alberta economy. Because it's not just the wealthy or the middle class, it's also people that are low income or in deep poverty that also play a role in this economy. So failure to address the risks of doing what this government is suggesting is negligent. So going on into the economy and budget section, I was really looking for anything, Mr. Speaker, about education, because I think we can all agree, whether your ideology is whatever side it's on in this House, I think we can all agree that one of the most important foundational building blocks in this province is education, is public education. We heard eloquently from our leader yesterday the impact of public education on his life. I think there's probably all of us have similar stories that, we're only here because of public education. Yeah. I myself am only here because of public education. And I was expecting to see something, anything, when the very day that this speech was delivered, we had thousands, tens of thousands of people, of teachers, of their allies, of families, of students outside protesting and sending a message loud and clear to this government. We are in crisis. We need to change things immediately. These teachers didn't want to be on strike. They didn't want to lose a month's worth of pay. They didn't want to be away from their students and lose all the gains that they'd already made in a short time. You know, Mr. Speaker, my daughter is a pretty new teacher, and yeah, she's not happy about it, and was pretty vocal about it. It was really letting me know how harmful this was, not just for herself. Like, obviously, it's hard on your budget personally if you're missing a month's worth of wages, but how hard it was going to be on her students, because she knew when she got forced back to school, like this government has done, that she would still be facing the extraordinary classroom situation that really got her to vote to strike, because she rejected the deal that was offered, well, the same deal really, they didn't actually make any positive changes. She, like many of her colleagues, like most of her colleagues, Mr. Speaker, rejected that, not just once, but twice. And what she said was, I'm returning to a classroom of like, now I might get the number a little bit wrong, but I think she said 37 students, and she teaches in junior high. So you can imagine, like, you know, hormone levels at that age. But she teaches in junior high math and science, that a number of her students were students with disabilities that had individual plans that needed to be attended to. There's a different way to teach when you have a plan like that. There are a number of students that were struggling with English. There were a number of students that were also gifted, and so those are also very challenging students to teach. And she was by herself. She had not 1 hour of an educational assistant. And yet this government continues to stand up and say, no, it's good, we're all good. We're finally going back, but we're going back to the same disaster that we left. It's not any better, and I'm sorry, but Mr. Speaker, I've seen a lot of task forces in my days, and I don't recall any task force, especially not any task force the last 6 years, making a positive difference for the people of Alberta, a measurable and observable and repeatable positive difference. That's just not been the case. So, sadly, I think that, you know, the government would have been better served, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, to include something about education in the throne speech, because, you know, maybe we would not have continued to point out the complete lack of awareness or willingness to address the reality of the situation here in Alberta, a reality that is very clear to all Albertans. All of us are very clear. And, you know, it took me a while to sort of process what the leader said yesterday, talking to, was it the amendment to the throne speech? I don't recall. But talking about the point that this is the time, when we look back, this will be the point that things changed, because this is the point that things changed. I thought it was a few other times, but turns out it wasn't. This is the point that things are changing, and we are feeling it in many, many ways. Whether it's money that is rolling in because people are sending us donations, because they are motivated now more than ever to fire this government. We are getting just completely overwhelmed with email and messages. I'm quite sure that the members opposite are as well, because we get copied on them as well. And people are not buying the stuff that they're selling, Mr. Speaker. So their omission of any kind of reference to education and why it's important was pretty sad. Now, if you go a little further in the throne speech, we next get to healthcare. Of course, another very, very important issue. Can I get a time check, Mr. Speaker? Okay, thanks. Bye.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon to speak to the speech from the throne, specifically the amendment that was put forward by our leader, the leader of the official opposition. I don't know how to talk about this speech without talking about what was happening right here in this legislature, the day of this speech. On October 23rd, while the speech was being delivered, we saw thousands of Albertans gather at these very steps to express concern to this government about what was happening with classrooms and teachers and students in our province. We spoke to so many that showed up to say that we do not support the government's stance on education. I know myself and my colleagues went out and spoke to so many that were feeling desperate to be heard by a government, to feel that this was an opportunity that they could impact change. It was a day in this legislature with tradition where we heard from the Lieutenant Governor talking about what this government wanted to bring forward for this province. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this speech that addresses the concern that tens of thousands of Albertans have reached out to express concern about. That is very, very concerning to me, Mr. Speaker. We know that this government has ignored teachers, parents, students, and that all over the province, Albertans are crying out that Alberta's classrooms are in crisis. And that's because of this government. Instead of identifying what was happening in Alberta regarding the biggest strike in Alberta's history, they chose to write a speech that didn't address it. And then, Mr. Speaker, they went further and introduced a piece of legislation that forced teachers back to work. Now, we know that that was on the table because everyone had heard rumblings. And so when the teachers have been pleading to talk to government, to feel heard, to feel understood, we had a speech that didn't address anything about what was actually happening with our classrooms. Now, not only did they force teachers back to work, but they used the notwithstanding clause. This is one of the biggest abuses of democratic rights in Alberta, period. We absolutely, within the Alberta New Democrats and the majority of Albertans, I would say, oppose using these types of unconstitutional methods to force teachers and students back to underfunded schools and unsafe classroom conditions. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in that bill that actually addresses the problem. There is some significant concern when the Minister of Education stands up in this House and indicates that he's waiting for a task force to inform him and the government about what classroom conditions are. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if he was listening to Albertans, he would know. We are hearing on this side of the House, and we know that the members opposite are also hearing it because they CC us in their emails, that teachers and students and parents have been very clear about the concerns that are in the classroom. So it is unfortunately not shocking that they're saying, wait for it, we're going to do a task force, and we may or may not release those conditions. But it's concerning that the very first opportunity that this government had to signal to Alberta that it was actually listening to Albertans in the speech from the throne did not indicate anything that supported positive, healthy, strong, safe classrooms. That is a complete and utter failure to students, parents, teachers by refusing to meet the needs of educators. And when we aren't meeting the needs of educators, we are letting our future down. Our children in this province deserve better than what the UCP has given them. When I go through the speech, Mr. Speaker, there's some highlights. There's things that they talk about: economy and budget, immigration and infrastructure, investment in infrastructure, healthcare, justice and public safety. Nothing about teachers, nothing about affordability, nothing about what actually Albertans are talking about. And I think that when we have this government talking about things as significant as separating, that should have been clearly outlined in this speech from the throne. Unfortunately, it is not clear that this government is opposed to separating and that they want to remain in Canada. And so the Leader of His Majesty's Official Opposition put forward an amendment that would make it very clear that that is something that we want. The amendment says, the Leader of the Official Opposition to move that the motion be amended by adding the following after at the opening of the present session, and to inform Your Honour that the Legislative Assembly affirms that Alberta and the rest of Canada are stronger together and denounces provincial separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. Now, my role since 2015 in this legislature has been an incredible privilege to work with military in the province, serving members, retired members, and their families. Now, if Alberta was to separate, I don't know that they've considered that impact on the Canadian Armed Forces. When I look at Stats Canada, it talks about Alberta being one of the most concentrated provinces with members of the CAF. According to stats in April of 2025, 11,825 CAF personnel lived in the province. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are major bases in Alberta. We have them in Edmonton, Cold Lake, Suffield, Wainwright, and then we have reserve and cadet units all throughout the province. Not only do we have members of the CAF, but civilians that work on these bases and support these facilities that the members of the CAF use. Right now, if you're following along with what's happening with the federal government, CFB Edmonton has been identified as being the base that is going to have training for future CAF members. So they're anticipating 1,000 new members at CFB Edmonton. So with those 1,000 members comes families, a spouse, comes all of the things that contribute significantly to our economy. Now, if we were to separate, all of that is gone, Mr. Speaker. The military that proudly served Canada would no longer be in Alberta. Alberta has the biggest and busiest fighter wing in Cold Lake, Alberta. That's where our Air Force defends Canada. If we were to separate, that would be gone. I hear members saying, oh no, we'd keep it. It doesn't work like that. If you separate and are no longer part of Canada, you lose the Canadian Armed Forces. And I don't understand how this conversation is lost on them, Mr. Speaker. This is a significant threat to Canada, to our economy, to Alberta. When people are considering investing in the province of Alberta right now, what is giving them confidence of what country we're going to be? There is nothing that this government has brought forward that is appealing to people to want to invest in Alberta when they're talking about separating. There are some significant concerns if the members across the aisle don't even understand that the Canadian Armed Forces would pull out of our province immediately if we left Canada. That's thousands and thousands of people that work here, live here, play here, and are proud to call themselves Canadian and are proud to be Albertan. The other significant thing, Mr. Speaker, is that many of our Canadian Armed Forces veterans retire in the province of Alberta. So at some point in their career, they were posted and served and fell in love with our province. What happens to those individuals when their access to their peers and their comforts of the way of life of the military community is? I'm very concerned that this separatism talk that is highlighted throughout the speech from the throne is not being taken seriously by all members of this chamber. It's certainly being taken considerably by the members of the official opposition. But I don't know that they are understanding the true impact of what it means to flirt with separation. Now, I would encourage all members in this chamber to accept the amendment that we put forward, because it will be a very clear signal to Albertans, to Canadians, to international investors that there is not a threat to leaving Canada. We hear language that they use that kind of pretends that they're not talking about it, but we know it was delivered in the speech. And I would encourage all members to think about what that impact is when we don't clearly denounce the threat of separatism. It has significant negative impact on our economy, on travel, on trade, on healthcare. And not accepting this amendment and voting against it will continue that narrative and just prove that this government's intent is to flirt with separatism. And that is damaging, Mr. Speaker, incredibly damaging to Alberta, to our reputation, and to being Canadian. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat, but I really encourage all members in this House to support the amendment that we've brought forward. Thank you.
Honourable member from Calgary, Curry.
Curry, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my real honor to stand and speak to the amendment to the speech from the throne as submitted by the Leader of the Official Opposition. Lovely to have his attendance here on the floor with all of us. The irony, Mr. Speaker, is deep on this today. Freedom is mentioned many times in the throne speech, but freedom doesn't equal the right to do whatever you want. I think given the last 5 years, that's become abundantly clear and has become, I think, a very important topic of conversation. Where exactly does one's freedom stop and another's begins? But we live in a society and we live in a community and we go to work and, well, today we go to school. And so these are really critical conversations to have. And I know that on this side of the aisle, we believe so fundamentally in the respect of those freedoms and in those rights, but that alongside it comes great responsibility. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of the occasional email I get in my office that takes a real page from an American kind of alt-right playbook. where correspondents to me, they write that they are in support of separatism and will I join them in that fight because it's a way to push back against federal overreach. Well, those institutions and that oversight and those rules, they don't go away simply because we're no longer part of the Canadian Federation. The Alberta government has to provide those too. And so if you simply just want a system of anarchy, well, I don't think that's exactly what's on the table. These are rules that ultimately guide the way that we move through the world and that we respect one another. And I know that on this side of the aisle, despite a great deal of changes to the kind of global order and to the rule of law, we believe that we owe each other the respect of honoring freedom for all. And it is everywhere in the speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, and it's deeply ironic that while the most freedom-laden throne speech was delivered in these chambers, teachers were anxiously awaiting a decision on their future. They were embodying their fundamental freedoms on the picket line and in the 30,000 people that showed up in a rally outside at the same time. They were exercising their constitutionally protected right to collective bargaining and to job action. They were demanding that government uphold its responsibility to provide safe working conditions. They were fighting for the universal right that I know everybody in this room believes in, and that is the right to equal opportunity through our public education system to which every single child should be entitled to.
Hear, hear.
But despite being self-appointed as the freest jurisdiction ever, what 51,000 teachers now know in their bones is strong and free, but not for thee. I wanted kids back in class, Mr. Speaker. I saw my own daughter struggle immensely these last few weeks, as I know so many in this room did. We all wanted them back, but not like this. Not like this, Mr. Speaker. While the schools sat empty, the teachers have come back today. There are no more desks that magically appeared. No more school spaces, no more supports were found. No miracle solution to resolve the rampant flight from the teaching profession. If anything, they've done damage to this profession that only a change in government will solve. And so today I speak to the amendment in regards to taking a strong stand, the strongest stand we can possibly make, which is that under the Canadian flag, that we are stronger together. And whatever the problem might be out there, whether it's education, whether it's in our healthcare systems, whether it's meaningful action to advance truth and reconciliation, we do it, Mr. Speaker, together. If this government was truly committed to education, if they truly planned to activate their promises, we would see it in this speech from the throne. But education was mentioned once. At a time of the greatest labor unrest in recent memory, one would think that if the Premier actually respects public servants and workers, unionized or otherwise, it would be evidenced in this throne speech. But it's not. And well, maybe it does speak to workers, Mr. Speaker, because the speech from the throne does not offer a lot of hope for working people. For example, under the economy and budget section, we hear, don't worry, don't worry. Oil prices can be low, they can be high, they'll be low and they'll be high once more, but there's no need to panic. Quote, this isn't Alberta's first oil price roller coaster after all. Well, apparently the Premier is more than happy to make sure it won't be our last. And further down in that same section, the Premier claims to understand what Albertans want. Quote, we want calm, steady, smart fiscal leadership, unquote, and a government who holds spending increases to below inflation and population growth. It cannot be more obvious that this approach will only set us farther behind. We have just stood in these chambers for days talking about how far behind our system in education is. That the minister has referenced the 90,000 children that have come into the education system, the hundreds of thousands of families that have moved to Alberta for opportunity and for prosperity. And yet distinctly, I mean, this is a pillar in the economic plan as laid out in this budget, in this speech from the throne, excuse me. A pillar of the plan is to keep spending below inflation and population growth. So the promises from this government, particularly from the Minister of Education, ring terribly hollow. Because what I hear is that one of the pillars in the three-pillar economic plan is cuts. Because if we can't keep up with inflation, absolutely crushing inflation that we all feel whenever we have to go to the grocery store, if we don't keep up with inflation and if we don't keep up with population growth, those ostensibly are cuts, Mr. Speaker. The two other pillars, I think it's worth noting that really I thought this government could be a bit more ambitious or a bit more creative on. The three other pillars in the economic plan: investing in the Heritage Trust Fund and data centers. That's the best we could do. I'd like to spend the rest of my time to talk about the last section on sovereignty and independence, specifically the role of facilitator played by this government to stoke separatist sentiment. I'll revisit the amendment one more time. To inform your honour that the Legislative Assembly affirms that Alberta and the rest of Canada are stronger together and denounces provincial separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. The speech from the throne claims the Alberta Next town halls have offered plenty of opportunity for Albertans to share their feedback on the place of Alberta in the Federation. It says the panel is now deliberating on what was heard. I certainly hope they're deliberating on whether or not they perhaps need a new chairperson in their Alberta Next panels, because I was embarrassed for my province, Mr. Speaker, when I saw how the Alberta Next town halls treated those with dissenting opinions, especially to a kid, a student who took the time to show up and ask critical questions about his future in this province. And he was treated with utter disdain. But who will think of the children, the minister says? They have to get back into class. That's how they're treating kids through the Alberta Next panel. And that's for all eyes to see. So again, it rings hollow. It rings terribly, terribly hollow. Parents know that their children deserve better than what was on display at that Alberta Next town hall. They know that they deserve better than what they're getting in the classrooms, and they want to see a future for their children as adults when they when they have families of their own in this province right here. But we're making the case pretty tough right now. Over 10% of Albertans have signed a petition to denounce separatism, Mr. Speaker, just like this amendment does. And the speech from the throne says that this government does not fear the will or judgment of Albertans. Well, 456,000 signatures say, cut it out. Enough with the separatist talk. We are proud Canadians, and we want to stay in Canada. And so will this government follow their will? It's a critical question. Will every single one of these members opposite vote in favor of the will of Albertans who have clearly and resoundingly spoken that separatism cannot be on the table? It doesn't serve. It doesn't serve, Mr. Speaker. And so here we have an opportunity for everybody in these chambers to vote on the amendment to the speech from the throne, to vote in favor of this amendment from the member of Edmonton Strathcona to denounce provincial separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. The receipts are all there. We've seen it in other places. We've seen across in the UK, when the vote for Brexit took place, you know what the biggest Google search item was the day after the vote in the UK? What is Brexit? These are things that we cannot put back once the ball is in motion. And so here is an opportunity to show real leadership to the people of Alberta, that we believe not in the kind of word salad that is a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. No, no. We believe in Canada. We believe in our place in the Federation. And we believe in the opportunity that that presents economically, socially, culturally. There is an awful lot to celebrate, and I'm very proud to be a part of that community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Edmonton-Rutherford on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Danse nitsanek netonumak nehiao hodnashoni squeo nehiao otsi amiskuchi waskegan. I'm a Cree Mohawk woman standing here in Treaty 6, and I honor the ancestors whose footsteps we walk in. I honor those children who are yet to come, for they are always watching how we carry ourselves in this place. As I respond to the speech from the throne, I think about the delivery of what I heard, and I thought about the families of Musquechies, Saddle Lake, the elders in Louisbourg, Ermineskin, Sampson, and Montana. I thought of the workers in Rocky Mountain House, the ranchers in Sundre, the parents in Rimbey, and every single Albertan who's doing their very best to get through each day while this government tells them everything is fine. The speech from the throne outlines a vision for our province. It was one that was bold in rhetoric, but deeply misaligned with the lives and the realities of Albertans. While this government speaks of prosperity and strength, the speech completely failed to address the urgent and growing concerns of Albertans. As I have traveled and listened to many Albertans, I have heard from countless teachers, healthcare workers, parents, seniors, community leaders, Indigenous leaders, small towns, hamlets, and young people who are struggling under the weight of policies that prioritize ideology over people. And the speech that the Governor General delivered to this House simply does not reflect the compassion, the collaboration, and the community-driven leadership that Albertans deserve and need. You know, Mr. Speaker, I find it very interesting that the speech from the throne made reference to treaty territory. But this government did not speak the truth about what is happening far too often in too many of our families on our own territories. Right now, over 67% of children in government care are First Nations and Métis children. That's more than there ever was at the height of the Indian residential schools. What this means is that more babies, more children, more teenagers, more young adults are not with their mom, they're not with their dad, they are not having breakfast with their family, they are not going to beds being tucked in by moms and dads, they are not going to funerals, they are not going to feasts, they are not visiting their mushums, their cookums, or the Ina Ana days. They are in fact taken away from their lives, from their families, and this is felt every single day in Musquechies, Saddle Lake, Onion Lake, Drift Pile, Sucker Creek, Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation, Enoch, and every single one of our communities feels this far more than you can imagine. The pain of not having our children and our families is crippling. I have sat with mothers who bring out tiny pairs of shoes and baby blankets that are simply no longer needed and simply will not be wrapped around their babies. I have sat with mothers while workers sit outside of the room waiting for that baby to be delivered, to take it to its new foster home that is not Indigenous and that is not their family. I have held fathers who wept, who told me they no longer believe this government even sees them as humans. This throne from the speech claims economic reconciliation because First Nations can co-own a pipeline. But if children are still being taken, there is no reconciliation. If our families are still being broken, there is absolutely no prosperity. You cannot use our First Nations for photo ops and partnerships if the benefit is your agenda is still the disappearing of our children. If this government claims to honor treaty, then honor the treaty obligations to support families, support kinship.
Point of order has been called. Government House Leader.
Yes. Particularly language that will cause disruption. Unless I heard incorrectly, the member said your agenda is still disappearing our children. That is insanely inflammatory to suggest that our government's agenda is to disappear Indigenous children. I'm not sure if I misheard, and if I did, I will be the first to withdraw this point of order. But if I am correct, I would hope that that member would refrain from using such language, because people do watch, they listen to what's being said in this chamber, and then they disseminate the information amongst themselves. And to suggest that our government is trying to disappear Indigenous children is absurd. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in that as a point of order and ask the member to be more mindful of the language that the member is using in this chamber and the effects it will have.
Member for Edmonton Rutherford, speak to the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize and withdraw, and I want to thank the member for raising the issue. I will be mindful of the words that I use. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. You may continue with your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this government claims to honor treaty, then honor treaty obligations to support our families, support the kinship care, fund community-led child welfare, and address the root causes that lead to apprehension. The speech spoke proudly of reform and improvement. But in Rocky Mountain House, the hospital has had rotations of physicians and shortages after shortages. In Rimbey, families have been waiting for hours, sometimes overnight, just to be seen. In Sundre, short staffing has become the norm. Nurses are exhausted, paramedics are tired, and across central Alberta, people are being advised to drive to Edmonton or to Red Deer. That is not emergency care if you have to drive an hour. This is not modernization. This is absolutely the collapse. And for many of our small communities, for many of our small nations like Musqueam, Saddle Lake, Keehuen, Frog Lake, where chronic illness and trauma already weigh heavy, the absence of primary care is not an inconvenience. It is life-threatening. Right now, almost 1 million Albertans do not have a family doctor. Let us say that plainly. A quarter of the province can simply not access a doctor when they are sick. Every day, we have heard of a drug toxic poisoning in our province. In many of our communities, in our cities, we are burying young people far too often. Families supporting loved ones without adequate detox and aftercare. In Red Deer and Edmonton, emergency rooms are overwhelmed with overdose. Firefighters and paramedics are always trying to revive people who've overdosed. The grief is constant. Yet, we have yet to see safe supply to prevent deaths, housing first supports, Indigenous-led healing programs grounded in ceremony, the continuity of care beyond short-term treatment beds. Rather, they propose forced confinement, a policy that echoes and echoes residential school incarceration. Giamaga, we know where that road leads. We have lived it. Healing cannot be forced. Healing requires relationships, it requires culture, land, safety, and above all, dignity. While the speech claimed economic growth and diversification, families in Rocky Mountain House are struggling with skyrocketing insurance bills. Seniors in Rimbey are choosing between heating or groceries. Single parents in Musquecheese are rationing their food to make it to the end of the month. Food banks in Red Deer, Edmonton, and Calgary are seeing record highs in demand. You absolutely cannot talk about prosperity while people are standing in line for food. The leader of the official opposition proposed something simple and unifying in his amendment to the speech from the throne. He proposed that Alberta affirms we are stronger as part of Canada and denounces separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. And First Nations and Métis continually remind this government in this very House the risks and dangers of separatist talk. We hear repeatedly a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, but this rhetoric fuels something darker. I travel to communities across Treaty 6, 7, and 8, and I hear from folks who are exhausted by division, by fear, and by the manufactured anger that this government feeds in order to maintain power. Albertans have repeatedly said they do not want to fight our neighbors. Albertans want health care. They want their kids to feel safe. Albertans want to be able to afford to live. This government is lighting matches and pouring gases while pretending to protect the House. The speech from the throne needed to do better. It needed to speak about investments in schools. This government claimed to invest billions in school infrastructure and hire thousands of educators cannot be taken lightly or at face value when it comes alongside a deeply undemocratic decision to invoke the notwithstanding clause, to end a strike and impose a contract on teachers. This action stripped educators of their constitutional right to strike. It undermines collective bargaining and sent a chilling message of how this government views workers' rights and educators. Instead of listening to teachers who dedicate themselves to supporting students, families, and communities, they're managing increasingly complex classrooms and holding together the very fabric of our educational system, often with elastics, glue, paper clips, and we thank them for their work. This was not a negotiation, it was a forced settlement imposed through constitutional override. This kind of governance erodes trust, suppresses dissent, and weakens the democratic foundations of not just our educational system, but our entire governance. Teachers were not asking for the moon. They were asking for manageable class sizes, supports for students with complex needs, fair compensation. Rather than listening, the government responded with constitutional overreach. This has left many educators and many workers and laborers feeling demoralized and disrespected. If we want to attract and retain the next generation of educators, then we have to do better. We have to recognize teachers as the backbones of our communities. Gigwe emayo epitapatak. What does it mean to lift each other up? It means we invest in one another. It means we protect our children. It means we care for our sick. It means we reject division. And it means that we remember that treaty was a promise of shared survival, not simply just extraction. I support the amendment put forward by the Leader of the Opposition to affirm that Alberta is stronger within Canada and to reject separatism as destructive. And I call on every member in this House to choose unity over chaos, compassion over ideology, and truth over performance. Mama wake up the wawan. We have to help each other. This is the law of the land, far older than this legislature. Hi, hi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to respond to the speech from the throne. And Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that this speech is a disappointment.
To be clear, just to be clear, it's to the amendment.
To the amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll certainly speak to the amendment, but in my debate, I will reference content from the speech from the throne. And I would like to begin, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the content and what's been referenced in the speech from the throne is a disappointment. It reflects an Alberta I don't recognize. When my parents came to Canada, they came here because of its welcoming, big-hearted vision for everyone. And that's not reflected in what we've heard. I also want to say that I do appreciate the honourable member from Strathcona and the Leader of the Opposition for bringing forward an amendment that affirms our commitment to a unified Canada and that condemns separatism. And I'll get to that a little bit later. But first, I want to share what I hear every day from families, from teachers, from nurses, from business owners, and everyday Albertans. But most of all, from young Albertans who want to build their lives here. They talk to me about the prices of groceries and rent. They talk to me about waiting hours in emergency rooms and weeks for a family doctor if you're so lucky to even get in. They talk about overcrowded classrooms and supports that have vanished. They talk about youth unemployment, about finding that very first foothold in the labor market. These are the issues that demand attention in this moment, Mr. Speaker. If members on the other side of the House took a moment to listen to Albertans, they will hear that Albertans, many of them, are treading water, demanding their government make life more affordable and invest in health care and education. They expect their government to stand strong for economic growth of this province and country, rather than tear it down through fanning the flames of separatism. Mr. Speaker, the UCP government's speech from the throne delivers on none of these priorities. There is nothing in this speech about affordability. Instead, it signals massive cuts to come. And Albertans in South Edmonton will not forget that this UCP government promised to build a hospital during the last election, only to quietly cancel it a year later. There are no strategies to make life more affordable for families facing high grocery prices, utility bills, insurance costs, or rent hikes. It lacks any commitments on affordable childcare, post-secondary education, on Albertans who might be struggling with housing. In fact, I have heard from many constituents who will now have to pay out of pocket for their COVID-19 vaccine. One constituent shared with me that she paid hundreds of dollars out of pocket for her and her husband. Healthcare under the UCP government will continue to be eroded, and instead of a plan for more family doctors and reopened emergency rooms, the UCP government says they will never build a new hospital. And when they talk about solutions, they double down on private surgical facilities, outsourcing care, fragmenting delivery, and draining staff from our public system. There is nothing in this throne speech about building a world-class education system, one where teachers have reasonable class sizes and where students can thrive. And for the thousands of teachers, parents, and students who had hoped for signs of a commitment to a better education system, not only did they not find it in the throne speech, just a couple of days ago, they found that this government was willing to erode our democratic traditions and ram through a bill that effectively removes teachers' bargaining rights and so casually uses the extraordinary power of the notwithstanding clause, willing to suspend charter-protected rights, not because it was necessary, but because it was fast and convenient for their agenda. This government only cares about freedom when it's freedom they agree with. And while they claim to defend rights, they have too often punched down at the most vulnerable, targeting trans kids and failing to uphold dignity and inclusion for Albertans with disabilities. The pettiness and unnecessary cruelty, Mr. Speaker. So today, as teachers go back to school, they return without the supports that students need to succeed. A teacher texted me this morning, and I quote, "I'm going back for my students, not for this government. My students deserve the best." And Mr. Speaker, that is the moral center of this debate. Teachers are showing up despite the conditions the government has created because students deserve better. I want to take a moment to honor teachers' voices by sharing some brief excerpts from countless letters that I've received that have been entrusted to me. Michaela has a message, who is a teacher in my riding of Edmonton Southwest, has a message to share with members on the other side of the House. And she says, quote, "We are not there by choice. You forced our hands. If you force us back to work, I will follow the law and do my job to the best of my ability because my students deserve that. But I do not know if I will be able to keep going after this year. Unlike your government, we put kids first because they are our future. When will you understand it has always been about the students?" End quote. Andrea, a teacher and a parent, described classrooms of 30, 40, even 45 plus students sharing spaces never designed for instructions, schools over capacity, heat in classrooms reaching into the high 20s during the spring and in the early summer, bookshelves removed to fit desks. She asked for the basics any great education system guarantees: caps on class sizes, trained support staff, and safe, healthy learning environments. These are not radical demands, Mr. Speaker. They are, in fact, the minimum if we expect students to learn and teachers to teach. But we also need to talk about the broader economy into which our kids are graduating. Alberta's unemployment rate stood at 7.8% in September. For youth aged 15 to 24, it spiked to 20.3% in July and eased into 17% in August and sat at 14.7% in September. All this to say that these are not just numbers. This reflects the fact that there were summer jobs that didn't materialize. that there were apprenticeship starts that were delayed, that there were co-op placements that didn't come through. Returning students across this province had one of the weakest summers for employment since 2009 outside of the pandemic, averaging 17.9% unemployment over May through August. Those students are now in class with thinner savings and fewer hours, and that has real consequences for tuition, textbooks, and rent, and for whether they stay in Alberta after they graduate. Mr. Speaker, investing in education at the post-secondary level and certainly at the K-12 level has broader economic impacts. Investing and addressing youth unemployment is critical, and we didn't see that from this throne speech. There are so many missed opportunities. The speech from the throne is silent on youth employment and training, no action on fast employer-aligned micro-credentials that could bridge young people into paid work within weeks. In fact, it was this government that scuttled the STEP program. There's the government likes to talk about and prefers to talk about division and constitutional brinkmanship. But while the education strike continues, they try to distract, or at least the conversation about education continues, they try to distract the public with ideological legislation and even the costly, destabilizing specter of separatism. And over the summer, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from countless of Albertans, and it's been demonstrated through the Forever Canadian petition that Albertans don't want chaos. They very much love this country, and what they want is a competent government. I want to talk a little bit more about public investment in education. I've said this and referenced this research in this House before, but investment in public education is actually an incredible growth strategy. It's in fact one of the best growth strategies any government can embark in. Research from the Conference Board of Canada found that each dollar invested in public education generated approximately $1.30 in total economic benefits. And that's without considering the fact that it redirects folks away from requiring public accessing public benefits. This government will say that they are investing, and certainly they've referenced that in the throne speech, but no government committed to growth would do what this government did to our renewable energy sector and impose a sweeping pause on approvals, which effectively drove away investors and stalled billions of dollars in projects, just as Alberta was competing to lead the world in renewables and grid innovation. This government has demonstrated that they only care about investing in the economy when it fits into their ideological frame. I want to take a moment to address the amendment specifically, that Alberta and Canada are stronger together, and separatism is extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out the economics are unequivocal. Alberta sells and buys tens of billions of dollars in goods and services with the rest of Canada every year. And in 2023 alone, Alberta's interprovincial exports totaled about $76 billion, while Albertans purchased roughly $73 billion from other provinces. This is lifeblood for our manufacturers, for our farmers, for tech firms, energy producers, and service providers. Disrupting that, even just the talk of it with some sort of new border or effort to leave this country, what it effectively does, it creates an uncertainty that would be a self-inflicted wound, Mr. Speaker. So from the economic side of things, it just doesn't make sense for this government to embark on this kind of rhetoric. It drives away investment, it erodes confidence in our economy, and frankly, it sends the wrong message to young people. Albertans deserve a government that chooses unity over division. And while we have seen time and again this government, this UCP government, fan the flames of separatism and of division, what I will say is that on this side of the House, we stand up for a strong Alberta within a strong Canada. We reject the politics that pit neighbour against neighbour and region against region. And we reject the scapegoating of trans kids who are simply asking to learn in safety and dignity. We reject undermining the rights of workers and teachers through Bill 2. And we all... Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer a few thoughts on the throne speech. I just want to, first of all, make, I think, an important statement about the motion. So the motion currently reads, "We, His Majesty's most beautiful," some of us, anyway, "We, His Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Legislative Assembly, now assembled, beg leave to thank Your Honour for the gracious speech Your Honour has been pleased to address to us at the opening of the present session." And it just occurs to me, Mr. Speaker, reading those words, that of course the Lieutenant Governor is the King's representative here to the people of Alberta. I remember that we swore allegiance to the King and his heirs and successors when we took our seats. But I found out last night, Mr. Speaker, that that allegiance doesn't flow two ways. Prince Harry was seen at the Dodgers game last night cheering against the Canadian team, the Blue Jays, and cheering for an American team, the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I would urge Her Honour to carry this message from the people of Alberta back to the King, that we expect the royal family to support members of his realm and not cheer for American teams.
Point of order, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have, since I was elected in 2019, been dying to call this point of order. But I rise on 23K, which states, "Speaks disrespectfully of His Majesty or any other member of the royal family." That is, Mr. Speaker, though I may not agree with the choice of baseball team that the member of the royal family, Prince Harry, cheers for, I believe that this is a point of order under 23K, speaks disrespectfully of the royal family.
Opposition, House Leader.
And it's, I guess, first of its kind point of order under this speak disrespectfully of His Majesty or of any member of the royal family. In this particular instance, I don't think that member was disrespecting members of royal family. Rather, he was just suggesting that Lieutenant Governor of Alberta convey this message that people in Canada, in Alberta, were displeased to see somebody of royal family cheering a team that is not Canadian. And I think that was a just humble request made by the member from Edmonton Gold Bar, and in no way, shape, or manner was, I guess, disrespecting member of the royal family. It was just showing displeasure that member of the royal family were supporting a team that was not Canadian. I don't think it's a point of order.
Any other submissions for the point of order?
That in itself should.
Okay, I appreciate the brevity. I do not consider this to be a point of order. The member was speaking with regards to choices made by a member of the royal family, not disrespecting the royal family per se. So I'm going to allow the member to continue with his remarks. I'm thankful to the member to give the opportunity for the government house leader to actually call the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable, or say you're welcome to the Honourable Government House Leader for allowing him to rise on that point of order. It's funny that Prince Harry is the subject of this point of order and not some other members of the royal family who have also been in the news lately for some of their activities. But I want to turn my focus now to the actual content of the throne speech. And I want to focus my comments...
The amendment.
Yes.
Amendment A1 on the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I meant that we were discussing the amendment to the motion that presents the throne speech. And of course, that motion says, amends the motions to say, and to inform Your Honour that the Legislative Assembly affirms that Alberta and the rest of Canada are stronger together and denounces provincial separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. So, of course, my friends here on this side of the House, in response to the throne speech, have talked at length about the importance of maintaining a unified Canada and the enthusiasm that the people have shown, that the people of Alberta have shown for maintaining a unified Canada. And I believe that if the government members are true to their word and that they also believe in a unified Canada, that they would vote to support the amendment that our official opposition leader has brought forward to this motion. You know, the motion as amended also is, of course, a reference to the throne speech which we heard last Thursday. And as my friends have identified, there are several gaps in the throne speech that the people of Alberta were very disappointed to discover when they heard the throne speech. And my friend from Sherwood Park highlighted one significant gap, and that's addressing the issue of affordability here in the province of Alberta. In my member statement today, Mr. Speaker, I talked about the rising cost of groceries, and it's really disconcerting to see how difficult the people of Edmonton Gold Bar are finding it to put food on the table these days. You know, the cost of groceries has continued to rise, even though inflation for other measures has dropped below the levels that we've seen in the 22-23 fiscal years. And people are really asking the question, why is this happening, and what is the government going to do about it? And unfortunately, they can't get answers to this question from this government, because when asked why is food inflation happening, the government has long maintained that it was the carbon tax that was driving up the cost of food. And while the carbon tax was in place, there was really no way to convince people that that wasn't the case. But now that the carbon tax has been gone for many months, we know, but we see that the cost of food is still escalating. So that tells me, and tells many people here in Alberta, that the government was making up excuses for the cost of rising food and trying to blame somebody who actually didn't have anything to do with the rising cost of food, and shifting blame away from those who are actually responsible for the rising cost of food. And that is the oligarchs who control the food system in our country. You know, in the last fiscal years, Sobeys made $2 billion in profits, and Loblaws made over $7 billion in profits. Loblaws and Sobeys are two of the largest corporations in the entire nation, Mr. Speaker. And it's funny because I've been watching a lot of, well, not a lot, I've been watching some American discourse about the grocery system in the United States, because of course there's a high-profile candidate for the mayor of New York City who's running on a platform of public grocery stores. And, you know, many pundits are talking about the impossibility of establishing public grocery stores and how thin the profit margins are. And it made me wonder, well, is that true in Canada? Are profit margins really that thin for grocery stores here in our country? And the fact of the matter is that no, they're not. Loblaws has anywhere from a 15 to 20% profit margin, according to their latest financial reports. Sobeys is similar. Unfortunately, Save On Foods, one of the other major retailers of groceries in this country, is a privately held corporation, and so we don't have any insight into their financials. Are they operating on narrow profit margins? When you go into their grocery stores and see the prices that they're charging for things like milk and bread, ground beef and coffee, you certainly wouldn't think that their profit margins are any smaller than those of Loblaws and Sobeys. And this government is refusing to do anything to tackle high grocery prices. And that's one thing that's missing from the throne speech that I think the people of Alberta are really waiting for this government to address. I have a personal story, Mr. Speaker, particularly related to the price of coffee. I met a senior who lives in one of my constituency neighborhoods who told me that the price of coffee has gotten so expensive that she now doesn't buy her own coffee, but she attends public meetings, social events at the senior center and those kinds of things, and brings her thermoses so that she can take the coffee that was made, the leftover coffee that was made for those events, home with her to drink later on in the week. That's how bad the situation is for many people in this province when they go to the grocery store. They can't afford to buy the basics anymore. And this government has nothing to say about it. It's a real shame, and it tells you whose welfare that they're really concerned about. It's only the richest among us who are going to prosper under this government, and the rest of us are really going to struggle until we can actually elect a government that is concerned with uplifting the whole people rather than making sure that the richest get even richer. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think that I would move to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion from the member for Edmonton Goldbar to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion is carried.
Government bills and orders. For second reading, Bill 1, International Agreements Act. Debate adjourned. MLA Archon Paul speaking.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Hendy has 4 minutes left to speak if he so wishes. Are there any other speakers? Member for Calgary Glenmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise today to speak to Bill 1, the International Agreements Act. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, Bill 1 reestablishes existing provincial powers under the Constitution. It does not create or give any new authority to Alberta. So we're talking about redundancy here. Not only that, but the bill is so disconnected from priorities in Alberta. I spent the summer talking to Albertans, Mr. Speaker, in Calgary-Glenmore and outside of my riding. I went to a lot of community events and many, many Stampede events in my riding and outside of my riding. I think I averaged 11, 12 events a day during Stampede. And no one, literally no one, asked me about international agreements and how we can change this provincial relationship. Yes, people talked about tariffs and the concerns about the Trump tariffs on our economy. But what Albertans have been telling me and my colleagues here is that life has gotten tougher, Mr. Speaker. Albertans are struggling with the cost of living, with the cost of groceries, of rent, and all these increasing expenses. They're bringing people to their knees, Mr. Speaker. And wages in Alberta are not keeping up with inflation and all these skyrocketing expenses. And let's not forget the low employment rate, the fewer jobs we have in this province. Alberta's unemployment rate is 8.4%, making it the second highest in Canada, behind the national average of 7.1%. It is actually heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. It is very upsetting to me to see Albertans struggling like that. Young men, students, single moms, families with little children. And really, it's stunning to see that the first bill that the UCP government introduces talks about opting out of international agreements and treaties and not Albertans' priorities. Is the UCP government even talking to Albertans, Mr. Speaker? Where are the UCP MLAs? Does this caucus even discuss what they're hearing from hardworking Albertans? Because I receive the emails they're receiving, Mr. Speaker. And what I see in Bill 1 is a bill that stokes more separatist rhetoric that appeases the UCP base while scaring away investments and potential projects that would create new jobs and make lives better in Alberta. And most importantly, this bill sends a confusing message to global investors because the bill is grounded in sentiments of protectionism, separation, and a little bit of conspiracy theories, Mr. Speaker. Let's not forget what the Minister of Energy told us at his by-election in the Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche riding, where he welcomed World Economic Forum conspiracy theories and even posted about them. There's always a tweet. That was on February 22nd, 2022. And he says, and I quote here, "Reject the Great Reset. Why are so many Canadian politicians enamored with weird anti-people World Economic Forum ideas? I've never gone to the World Economic Forum, never been invited. I am not, and never have been, a globalist." End quote. A reminder that the Energy Minister is referring to the globalist Great Reset conspiracy, which refers to the global elites who will come after us and control humans through microchips and whatnot. And I'd like to I genuinely caution the UCP government, Mr. Speaker, because this whole Great Reset theory business is a slippery slope. And I am sure the Energy Minister does not personally hold these views. I am sure. But as is so often with the case with conspiracy theories, one can find anti-Semitic sentiments in the Great Reset conspiracy, Mr. Speaker, with some believers going so far as to accuse Jews of orchestrating the plot. There are many anti-Semitic tropes associated with the Great Reset conspiracy, and government ministers must be very, very careful and more responsible with such posts, especially when they denounce globalism. Mr. Speaker, once you see the conspiracy theories that some UCP ministers share, Bill 1 kind of makes sense now. Now, I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that Bill 1 will create additional red tape, as it requires the legislature to have separate debate and discussion to pass each international agreement that the federal government have signed. Who wants to do this, Mr. Speaker? Do you think the international trade agreements and global investments have the time for the UCP shenanigans? Capital, international capital, is skittish, Mr. Speaker. Capital does not like the lack of certainty. And all what the government continues to do here is to show investor uncertainty, delay business, and espouse conspiracy theories. That's the message of Bill 1, Mr. Speaker. We have trade agreements like CUSMA, an agreement with the US and Mexico, CPTPP. This is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is a free trade agreement between 11 countries in the Indo-Pacific region, from Japan to Australia. Are we risking this now? CETA, this is the agreement with the European Union. What is the Premier going to do about these international trade agreements? Does she want to renegotiate these with the world and with the federal government, and rehash the whole debate again here? Are we going to rehash the benefits of all these big agreements and the massive economic benefits for Alberta? What is this, Mr. Speaker? I knew the UCP government was bad at the economy, but my goodness, this is a new low after banning renewables in Alberta. These international agreements generate economic growth, raise living standards, and strengthen economic ties with allies and other big economies globally, Mr. Speaker. So how is this bill considering CUSMA and the other international agreements, and frankly, our role as Alberta in these agreements? What examples of, and I'm really curious, what examples of international agreements does the UCP government believe Alberta will benefit from withdrawing from or even reconsidering? I hope it's not CUSMA or CPTPP or CETA. I would like the Premier to explain that for us. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to priorities. Albertans' priorities that are not reflected in Bill 1. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, no one, literally no one, has asked me about international agreements and how we can reconsider or change the provincial relationships with these agreements. It's probably just for the UCP extreme base. And no wonder current provincial polling shows the UCP and the Premier are falling behind, Mr. Speaker. Albertans do not see themselves reflected in the government's alternative reality and feel that the province is headed in the wrong direction. Albertans are struggling, Mr. Speaker. The cost of living, cost of groceries, increased rent, and all these expenses are crushing hard-working Albertans and the middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat, but I want to say that this bill will give the government an inflated sense of sovereignty, while on paper and in reality, it changes nothing. It only impacts our reputation as a province, how we're perceived by the rest of the world, and how we do business with the rest of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in this House and speak to Bill 1, the International Agreements Act. Yesterday, when we opened conversation or debate in this act, I heard some really interesting things, and I think some arguments from my colleagues on this side of the House that maybe we should pay attention to. The MLA for Edmonton-Rutherford reminded us that we shouldn't be considering any bill in this House without consulting Indigenous people. She made clear that the government had not done that work in the crafting of Bill 1. And I do think that that's something we should be listening to when the representation from Edmonton, Rutherford, as well as the representation from Edmonton, West Henday, are from Indigenous communities themselves and have deep connections with this land and this place, as do their family members, and calling on the wisdom of their ancestors, that we should be listening to them when they speak in this House. I also heard from the MLA from Calgary, Buller McCall, made it clear that this bill already exists. I think we've heard this already. If we hearken back to the year 2000, and we had the International Trade and Investment Agreements Act, which Bill 1 repeals. So Bill 1 repeals the International Trade and Investment Agreements Act, replacing it with the International Agreements Act. Titles also seem pretty similar. And the one that was struck said, the government of Alberta may declare its approval of an international trade and investment agreement, and it is replaced by an international agreement or part of an international agreement that includes a matter that is not exclusively within federal jurisdiction, is not binding on the government of Alberta, and is not part of the domestic law of Alberta, unless that international agreement or part of that international agreement is implemented by or under the active legislature of Alberta. They essentially say the same thing. What it really sounds like is that the previous act didn't do a good enough job of raising our fist at Ottawa and saying, gosh darn you, Ottawa, you're not doing what we need. And so we needed to replace it with a bill that was maybe a little bit more clear, gosh darn Ottawa, we're not going to do what you, with essentially saying exactly the same thing. Sounds like a colossal waste of time to me. And then we heard the MLA from Sherwood Park pointing out that Bill 1 doesn't really seem to have anything to do with what people in Alberta are finding important. We've heard that argument again from the MLA from Calgary Glenmore this morning. And so I wanted to spend some time, really closely reviewing the bill to make sure that that is indeed correct. So I just thought, just take a moment. Yeah, I've just read the whole bill, and it doesn't actually have anything to do with what Albertans are concerned with. This summer, Mr. Speaker, our party, our volunteers, we engaged with over 200,000 Albertans. And we heard overwhelmingly from these Albertans that they are thinking about affordability, jobs, the economy, healthcare, and education. And it is regrettable that as we enter a new session in this House, Bill 1, which you think would be the highest priority for this government, doesn't talk about any of those things. We did, however, see the government respond to education in Bill 2. It's just unfortunate for them that their response was in direct contradiction to what Albertans wanted to see. We also heard from the member from Sherwood Park that regarding the throne speech that we just need to do a better job of putting forward legislation that is focused on what people are talking about. He also took a moment at that time to reflect on the speech from the throne, which I thought was also valuable in reflecting on Bill 1, because we didn't really see Bill 1 or the nature of Bill 1 kind of reflected in the speech from the throne. I noticed that when I was reading the speech from the throne, what I did see is there is a section on the economy. I wish that it was a little bit more comprehensive. I definitely am one who stands for the energy industry in Alberta. No question about it. It is also not lost on me. It is also not lost on me as the Shadow Minister for Finance that it contributes a significant amount towards the budget of this government. And who would want to walk away from that? However, I think it's interesting to note a couple of things about the speech from the throne. Like, the energy sector is not the only sector in Alberta. And I do think it's curious that in the speech from the throne, across 6 pages, in 6 pages, we find the reference to the word energy or oil and gas 18 times. The other foundational, if we were to read this speech, the other foundational efforts that we'll make in our economy is AI. AI got 2 sentences out of 6 pages. And then all other industries combined got another sentence. Wow. I think that's indicative of just how much this government thinks about all of those other sectors. So I think that as we stand and talk about the economy, as we stand and think about Bill 1, and I'm going to get into a little bit of international trade agreements, there was very little airtime given to agriculture, manufacturing, technology, tourism, forestry. They all got one word in that one sentence that said, and as we continue doing this, we'll also think about. If I were somebody in one of those other industrial sectors, I think I would be reaching out to the government to say, hey, why are we not thinking about all the opportunities that we offer Alberta? But I do want to kind of get, back to Bill 1, and I have no idea how long I've been talking. You're going to poke me, right? Sure. That is, we're talking about building a stronger, resilient economy and good-paying jobs for Albertans. So Bill 1 does talk about international agreements, but it doesn't mention in any way how we would be leveraging any of those agreements to grow our economy. So we just heard from the MLA from Calgary-Glenmore about some of those agreements. And I think I'll also say at this time, we've talked a lot about sovereignty, Alberta being a part of Canada. It just so happens that Canada, as a nation, has, I think, the most or second most number of multilateral and bilateral trade agreements with other countries on the entire planet. There are some advantages to being a part of Canada when we talk about international agreements. We heard just a few moments ago, some of those multilateral agreements include the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. This agreement includes some countries out there with, maybe some economies that we have heard of. Japan, a country of over 100 million people, and I think today is the 5th largest economy on the planet, is included in the CPTPP. And there are incredible opportunities that we should think about, as I said in the throne speech, not a whole lot of mention of agriculture. But I think we would find that in conversations that agriculture and value-added agriculture is an incredible opportunity as we consider trade and investment from Japan. So we could have hoped that in Bill 1, maybe we would see mention of that. There are other countries here, Australia, Malaysia, New Zealand, Vietnam, Mexico, Peru, Singapore, Chile, little country Brunei, on an island that I think most people here know as Borneo. I happen to know that island as Kalimantan. Incredible opportunities in these countries. These countries are growing. Their populations are growing, their economies are growing, and yet we don't see mention in Bill 1 how we're going to leverage this. We also have an agreement with Europe, as we just recently heard. The European Union, which has, I think, a population of 800 million people. Again, incredible opportunities here, and some interesting dialogue that has already happened over the last few years since we signed the agreement, CETA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with Europe. There has been commentary, in fact, of how European countries are really taking advantage of CETA, but that Canadian companies aren't necessarily realizing the opportunities there, and that we can do a better job of working with Canadian opportunities with respect to CETA. And CETA is an interesting agreement because it's not just an agreement that covers the trade in goods. Well, it does move to eliminate tariffs and reduce barriers for the trade of goods in almost all sectors between Canada and the European Union. It also has elements in there for talking about technology and in the trade in technology, digital services. It also talks about labor mobility. And if there are areas in our tech industries where we struggle to find the workers that we need to grow our tech industries, there are provisions within CETA where labor mobility can go back and forth between European countries and Canada, which of course would include Alberta because we are a part of Canada, to help us grow our tech sector if we're looking for that talent. Incredible opportunities in research partnerships with a lot of technological research that's happening in Europe. And investment, I think it's interesting. I've had a couple of conversations with people here in Alberta who represent funds and organizations in Europe that are specifically designed to look for investment opportunities in Canadian companies. And that is also kind of like underutilized. And we could be digging more into these, not just the trade agreement, but there are agencies and organizations in Europe that are specifically built to look for investment opportunities in Canada, research opportunities in Canada. And again, we don't see any of that in Bill 1. And I have to ask, why? Why didn't we take the opportunity to dig into that a little bit more? And I'd like to remind people in the House, of course, that the European Union doesn't include all countries in Europe. So if we're looking at doing stuff with Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, we also happen to have a free trade agreement with the EFTA, the European Free Trade Area, that includes those countries that are not in the European Union. And so there are also incredible opportunities with those. I think we can find a lot of similarities in our economy between Norway and Alberta, but also a lot of similarities between Switzerland and Alberta. Switzerland happens to be a hub of global transportation companies in Europe. It is a hub for global pharmaceutical companies in Europe. If we're looking to grow those in agriculture, science-driven companies in agriculture are located in Switzerland. There are incredible opportunities here for investment and research and growing our economy. And again, I sure wish that we could have seen some of that in Bill 1. And I just have to ask again, why? If we're really concerned about jobs and economy.
Thank you. I've got the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, hearing the words jobs and economy, naturally I have to stand up. And I do want to make a couple of remarks and respond a bit to some of the things the members opposite have said. The first thing I would do is start from the end, where the member opposite said that none of this was enumerated or mentioned in the bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the mission daily of this government, regardless of ministry, is to advance the interests of the province, both here within Alberta, within Canada, and then, of course, around the world. So I want to give you a bit of an overview of the point of this bill. So the reality here, Mr. Speaker, is that trade relationships around the world have been turned upside down in many respects as a result of policies and comments coming from the President of the United States. Everybody is on high alert, and one could say that trade relationships change by the tweet. But the reality is, here in Alberta, we have limited ability to do some things, but a lot of ability to do others. But we have zero ability to change what the President is saying. And so we've taken measures to eliminate trade barriers within Canada. But this isn't just a result of what the President is saying. We've been doing this since we got elected in 2019, removed a number of barriers, Madam Chair. So we've taken lead on this. So I do push back on the member from Edmonton, from Calgary-Glenmore, on Alberta being a protectionist society. We are quite the opposite. We have been a leader in breaking down interprovincial trade barriers. But there is a reality that we all have to face, and that is the United States is our largest trading partner. 90% of our goods go across the border to the south, into the U.S. Last year alone, we exported over $180 billion worth of goods, 90% of which went into the United States. There is no amount of trade barriers broken down within Canada that can compensate for that relationship being cut off, which it has not been. But we also understand the larger picture, Madam Chair, which is to ensure long-term sustainability for the province and by association for the country, because a strong Canada needs a strong Alberta, we must find new trade relationships around the world. And that is why we have continued to build those relationships with other nations and other companies. So again, we don't enumerate our trade missions in this bill. But what this bill does, it makes it very clear that Alberta will not stand and will not look favorably upon trade relationships or agreements that the federal government makes that infringe on Alberta's best interests. And I'm not sure why the members opposite would have a problem with this. Like, imagine, to use an abstract example, Madam Chair, that your neighbor decided to sell their house. You have no control over the person that they sell their house to. That's their prerogative. But what if in the agreement of the house, they negotiated that they get access to your backyard pool, Madam Chair? And I don't know if you have a pool or not bringing you into the argument, but just for argument's sake. That would obviously infringe upon your well-being, putting your pool's access in the contract to sell your neighbor's house. Madam Chair, that is not respecting your property rights, that's not respecting the property lines, and that's all we're asking from the federal government, is to understand that if you're going to be making trade agreements with other nations and they're going to be imposing unfavorable terms on Alberta, we don't want that. We don't want that one bit. Now, there's also this talk about this bill being something to do with separatism. And I think that is just absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to read, Madam Chair, from the throne speech. Your government, and I quote, believes in a strong and free and sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. Sovereignty does not mean separation. Strength and self-determination do not have to mean national independence. And one can love this province with all their heart and love our nation just as much. I just don't understand where the members opposite fail to listen to that comment, fail to listen to that. And now it's talking about driving away investment. It could not be further from the truth, Madam Chair. Our government has seen incredible investment. For example, Lufthansa Technik just recently announced an announcement that I was at, and I give full credit for this because I was at the announcement, but the work was done by my incredible department and my predecessor, the minister from, what's the minister though? Well, the former Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade, JET, before it was JET-I, Madam Chair. But all that to say that minister did a tremendous amount of work to bring Lufthansa Technik here, an engine manufacturing and maintenance facility. Foreign investment. Foreign investment. Just going to repeat that again. And we talk about CAE. just established the Centre of Excellence for Flight Training in Calgary in partnership with WestJet. This was a huge announcement, Madam Chair. It's going to train over 6,000 aviation workers every year. So again, the numbers speak for themselves, Madam Chair. Now, I don't know what the member opposite just said. It sounded like a heckle. But what I can assure the member is my department does over 30 trade missions a year, taking along businesses from Canada into new markets to help them sell their products, explore new markets, and support Alberta's economy. Madam Chair, it wasn't that long ago that I visited a manufacturing facility right in your constituency, ProPac, doing incredible things, manufacturing facilities that go all the way around the world. And they're also going to ADIPEC next week, which is the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, to again continue to build these relationships to help us sell Alberta products in those areas. The greater demand for those products that are manufactured here, the greater the opportunity to expand operations and create, say it with me now, jobs. Jobs. That's what this is about. It's about jobs. And it's about supporting Alberta's economy. But back to the point, Madam Chair, it's about supporting Alberta's economy with new international trade agreements that don't hold us back. Now, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the member from Calgary-Glenmore was talking about when she said that international capital is skittish and running away from Alberta. I can tell you that I've been all over this country. I've spoken to consuls general in the short time I've had in this role as the Jobs, Economy, Trade, Immigration Minister. I've spoken with banks, investors, and I can tell you that they love Alberta. They love Alberta. Love what we had to offer. Talking about moving manufacturing facilities here and headquarters here because they love our low tax jurisdiction. Madam Chair, there is not, I repeat, there is not one piece of investment that the opposition didn't want to see driven out of Alberta. Heck, they told Albertans themselves to leave the province, to go find work elsewhere. That is a quote. You don't like Alberta because there's no jobs for you here? Go elsewhere. That's what the opposition said. Now here, since 2019, we've been welcoming investment and welcoming job growth because we understand on this side of the House, Madam Chair, the governments don't create jobs. The private sector does. But we help create an environment that will attract investment, and we have done that. But it's not just the international agreements that we need cooperation with the federal government on. For Alberta to be strong, and for Canada to be strong, we have to have favorable environments for that investment. And I'm going to talk about 9 of them. And they're going to probably sound familiar to the members opposite. But repetition, Madam Chair, is the mother of learning. So I'm going to repeat it for them again. And the things that the Premier has said, and thank her for her leadership on this. Now, she's also said this is the short list. I know the list is much longer. But for Alberta to continue to be a strong partner, and I emphasize the word partner, because that's what we are, and for Canada to be strong, we want to see Alberta guaranteed full access to oil and gas corridors in the north, east, and west. Bill C-69, aka the No More Pipelines bill, needs to be repealed. Repeal the tanker ban off the BC coast. Oil and gas emissions cap, which is really, Madam Chair, a production cap, as we all know. The so-called clean energy regulations must go. The net zero car mandate must go. Return oversight of the industrial carbon tax to the provinces. Halting the federal censorship of energy companies. Because let's be honest, who doesn't want to talk about Alberta's ethical energy? It's a driver, one of the main drivers of our economy. And lastly, ending the declaration of plastics as toxic and returning oversight of the sector to the provinces, Madam Chair. Now, I would add, Madam Chair, one more thing that's important, very important to me. Because as we see this province continue to grow, we understand that the workforce we need may not be readily available. So we've introduced a number of measures to not only get youth into the workforce to get that ever important first job, but also to help those who are in the workforce advance their skills and productivity. But Madam Chair, we know that the people we need sometimes aren't here, so we have to bring new people in from around Canada and from outside of the Canadian borders. So we've asked the federal government to give more control to the provinces over economic immigration. We talk about our population growth. Madam Speaker, it was 4.4% last year. Now, I don't want to get too deep in the numbers, but I can tell you that an acceptable rate is around 2 to 2.5%. 4.4% is so unsustainable. You cannot keep up with things like schools, roads, hospitals, social services that we as a province pay for. And if the federal government continues to flood Alberta, how are we supposed to keep up? The answer is it's unsustainable. And so the point that I'm adding to this list, Madam Speaker, is that we want more control over economic migration in the province of Alberta to support our growing economy and the investment in the job creation that we are seeing at a rapid rate because of the work and the foundation laid by my predecessors and the vision of the Premier. So full credit to those people, because this is a real team effort. But I can tell you this, Madam Speaker, what the members opposite are saying and making these blanket statements about protectionism and separatism and Alberta on the wrong track, I'm finding it hard to understand. And I'm sure they'll spend the rest of this afternoon trying to educate me and inform me, but I'm having a hard time being convinced that it's a bad thing, that Alberta's best interests should be considered when negotiating international trade agreements. It is so fundamental. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to encourage members opposite to look at the broader picture, to better understand what's at stake here. And that is, nobody should be arguing that the federal government should not be considering Alberta's best interests. And if you do, then you are working against Alberta. And if you're working against Alberta, you're in the wrong place. Because I don't speak for the members opposite, though I hope that they agree with me, but job creation is a good thing. Investment is a good thing. Creating wealth and bringing export dollars is a good thing. I don't understand what they are talking about. And so I hope through my words, as convincing as I know they can be, I have helped the members understand and walk with me along this path to prosperity for this province. Because I tell you, Madam Speaker, I love Alberta and I love Canada. And I want to see them both succeed. But Canada does not succeed. It will not succeed without a strong Alberta. And everybody on the front bench and in the government caucus, led by the Premier, understand this. And if the members on the opposite side fail to understand it, I'm happy to meet with any of them anytime to talk about all the incredible things we're doing. But I'll tell you, Madam Chair, I am not convinced they're there. I'm not convinced they understand it. I'm not convinced they get how important this bill really is for us, which is the exact reason it's bill number 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to help the government House Leader understand a few things. And I heard the government House Leader say just a moment ago that's the reason that this was bill number 1. But Madam Speaker, we're in a new session of the legislature. Typically, the government will select Bill 1 as a shining example of new popular ideas, a signature piece of legislation that sets a course and a tone for the remaining portion of the session. It's something that's, as is the case with this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, sponsored by the Premier, which makes it all the more curious from my perspective. It's a priority number 1, supposedly, of the government. It reflects the issues the government is most seized with. It's a major preoccupation of the most pressing issues affecting Albertans right now. We've prorogued the legislature, starting over with a clean slate. And this Bill 1 is what the government has come up with as their major, but absolute top priority as seen by the government, that they choose to adopt as the most gripping issue to address. International Agreements Act. Now that's what Albertans been screaming for the last 16, 18 months, Madam Speaker, a new International Agreements Act. Now that's the Bill 1, that's the top priority that this government has come up with. And believe me, when a government tells you what they are, believe it, Madam Speaker, because this reflects exactly the type of non-attachment to the realities that Alberta families are facing right now that most people are telling me that they're concerned with when it comes to this government's reaction, and it's reflected in their choice of Bill 1 as a top priority in this new session. I find it difficult to believe that the government House Leader and Premier see this as the actual priority that most Albertans are facing right now, that they consider the major priority. The motivation for making this Bill 1 is something that I think the government House Leader should explain a little bit better, because indeed he explains it in terms of economics, that this is a major priority that had to be done. But Madam Speaker, the reality is that there was already in existence an International Trade and Investment Agreements Implementation Act that's actually being repealed by this act. And in fact, that act was a duplicate of what actually this new act is, with some minor changes. So it begs the question, Madam Speaker, what was the urgency and the need to make this piece of legislation Bill 1, when in fact we had similar legislation already on the books? So it begs the question, who is the influencer? What motivation did the Premier have to come up with this piece of legislation as a shining example of what was necessary, most necessary to Albertans right now in their time of need? An act that would be replacing a similar act that's already in position in the province. So that's why, Madam Speaker, if the government House Leader needs some explanation, that's why we question the motivation behind this piece of legislation. We wonder, indeed, who the Premier is serving when she brings forward this piece of legislation to replace something that already exists. We're talking about rules around international agreements that the federal government might enter into, and the government House Leader seems so intent on making sure that the government of Canada's wishes in making international agreements are not somehow going to be contravening the actions or the ambitions of Alberta, that they think they need to bring forward a new piece of legislation to stop that doggone federal government from interfering in Alberta's rights. Well, the Constitution already protects those rights. There are rules and regulations around jurisdiction in this country, Madam Speaker. It's called the Constitution, and the courts are the arbiters of who is ultra vires or not, as far as the jurisdictional guidelines are concerned. So this legislation contemplates trying to alter that and ensure that the government of Alberta becomes the arbiter of whether or not the federal government is interfering. Well, Madam Speaker, we have a court system that I think even this provincial government continues to respect, and the Supreme Court ultimately is the final arbiter of those jurisdictional disputes. Now, they take time. They do take time, Madam Speaker, and that's one of the things that may frustrate provincial governments across the country. But that is the mechanism by which we have to address jurisdictional disputes in this country. And that is something that we should be maintaining and supporting, and not trying to usurp that level of our governance, the Supreme Court, not try to usurp that authority by introducing legislation which attempts to insert the provincial governments, in this case the Alberta provincial government, into the role of arbiter of jurisdictional disputes. And that's, I argue, is one of the efforts here, is to weaken, once again, a federal institution, the Supreme Court, in terms of being an arbiter of the jurisdictional disputes that might arise as a result of international trade agreements entered into by the federal government. So, Madam Speaker, I'll continue by asking once again what indeed the government's thoughts were when they chose Bill 1 to be an international agreement piece of legislation. It's most curious to me. Did they, with Bill 1, the most important priority of the government, did they choose to, for example, affirm their commitment to constitutional rights of Canadian workers to collectively bargain at a time when indeed that right seems to be threatened by this very government by use of the notwithstanding clause? No, Madam Speaker, they didn't do that. That right is something that this government wasn't interested in affirming as even a matter of legislation in Bill 1 or any other bill. They chose to attack that constitutional right instead. No, they did the opposite, Madam Speaker. They shredded the rights of workers by slamming through back-to-work legislation and imposing a contract that was rejected by union memberships twice. Once again, Madam Speaker, believe a government when it tells you by their actions who they are. Madam Speaker, under Bill 1, did the government choose to speak about the lack of family doctors in Alberta and address that situation? We've heard it said today by members from this side of the House that, of course, 1 million Albertans are without a family doctor. Nope, that wasn't addressed at all. Instead, international trade agreements were determined to be the #1 priority of Albertans, and that was become Bill 1 under this government's modus operandi. Did they choose, Madam Speaker, to talk about the record high food bank usage that we have right across this province, where we have recorded even today a news report that I heard on CBC Radio talking about the record number of visits and record number of people who visited the food banks across Alberta, which of course reflects the dire needs of large segments of our population in terms of their ability to make ends meet at the end of the month. Record numbers of people going to food banks. Was that something that the government chose to address as a top priority of Albertans, which of course is seen by Albertans as a top priority because their kids are going to school hungry, Madam Speaker? And no, that wasn't the top priority that this government chose to adopt as their #1 bill this particular session. What about as I mentioned, the high number of Alberta children going to school hungry and relying on charitable organizations to feed them? Did they decide to address that by suggesting that, no, this is a government responsibility? We don't rely on charities to feed our kids in this province, and we should be enacting legislation that's going to make sure that those school children who are going to school hungry are going to be fed by a fund that is founded by this government. No, that wasn't something that they found as a top priority, Madam Speaker. That hungry children seem to rank second place, at least, to international trade agreement legislation that already exists and is on the books. Madam Speaker, again, did they choose to reverse the clawback to restore the $200 federal money that was finally, after 10 years of negotiation, provided to ACE recipients who were receiving $1,900 a month, and the government of Alberta decides that no, that's too much. We're taking back the $200 a month that those people get, and that's what they did. Did they choose to listen to Albertans who were begging for them to come to terms with that failed decision and reverse that $200 and let those Albertans spend the money in an economy they want to improve to buy some groceries, to perhaps afford a prescription, to maybe choose to have a better loaf of bread That's the kind of decisions people are making. By taking that $200 out of the mouths of those families, the government is making a statement. It's also making a statement by saying this is not a priority, Madam Speaker. Priority happens to be replacing an existing piece of legislation, international trade legislation that already exists on the books, rather than looking after the dire needs of people in Alberta, particularly kids and people with disabilities on AISH, who we would rather take $200 away from rather than choosing to support them properly. That's the priority of this government, Madam Speaker. Further, in terms of affordability, Madam Speaker, did the government choose as Bill 1 to take a look at rental assistance in some way, any way, to struggling Albertans and struggling families? Did they look at subsidizing in any way? Did they look at caps, rental caps? Did they look at rental increase limitations by landlords? Did they do anything to make it easier for people to be able to afford their rent and avoid falling right out of the rental market and onto the streets, Madam Speaker? That's what's happening to a lot of folks. Those folks who are on the streets are there because they've been squeezed right out of the market rent system. Did the government address that and make that as their Bill 1? Nah, that didn't happen at all, Madam Speaker, and that begs the question, what are the real priorities of this government when they choose, when the Premier chooses to go ahead and make an International Agreement Act to simply replace something that's already on the books, their #1 priority? Albertans are listening, Madam Speaker, and the #1 priority in their books happens to be their ability to make ends meet on a monthly basis, their ability to shelter themselves, to feed themselves, and to even forward to maybe to insure their car. You know, it costs to insure an F-150 Ford truck, it costs an 18-year-old probably more than his truck payment to be able to afford that insurance. And it's possibly going to force that individual maybe to try driving without insurance because it costs so much. What about something else that could have been an easy, low-hanging fruit for this government to choose as Bill 1? Make some allies. Make some allies with people in Alberta who are really hurting. Increase the child tax credit. That's an idea you could have stolen from us. 2015 to 2019, the child tax credit, we increased that child tax credit under the Rachel Notley government to even further the number of children who were no longer living in poverty. We cut the poverty line in half. The number of children living below the poverty line was cut in half by an increase in the child tax credit at a time, Madam Speaker, when we were under tremendous fiscal restraint, tremendous budget pressures. The price of oil was below zero, and we still did that because that's the priority of a new Democrat government, Madam Speaker, is to look after people, to look after children, look after those most vulnerable and not able to help themselves. That's a responsibility of government, Madam Speaker. But is this government choosing to do that as their #1 priority? Nah, not at all, not even close. They're looking at rehashing a piece of legislation that could have been left on the books and dealt with at another time, and making Bill #1 to demonstrate to people in this province that they really truly understand what's going on in this province. That is that people are hurting, and take a page out of the book of the New Democratic Party and making sure that people are living not in poverty, but in a way that has some dignity to it. So we cut child poverty in half, even when the price of oil was below zero. Now this government requires $75 a barrel oil to break even.
The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the folks opposite. This has been very enlightening. It's been a good summer. It's been a good break for session. It's good to be back here. Bill 1 is the topic of the day, and it's an International Agreements Act. And to the members opposite, I really appreciate the insight you provided to the chamber here. Back of the napkin, I think we're spending about $2,000 a minute to hear what you guys are saying. So this is money well spent for taxpayers when you start talking about incentives and kickbacks and whatever else you guys have been going on about. So,
the honourable member for Calgary, Bloor-McCall.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to 23J. Member just refer to the remarks of my colleague from Edmonton, McClung, in such a disrespectful manner that will likely create disorder in this House. He can disagree with members' comments. He can come up with whatever he wants to share with the House, but speaking like this to the remarks of another member of this legislature is certainly disrespectful, and it will cause disorder in this House.
The Honourable...
I was here. I don't know. I can speak.
Yeah, Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, you probably, you know what? Can you go ahead? I wasn't...
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Madam Speaker, the member from Lexington Parkland said nothing offensive. Yeah. There was nothing disrespectful said there. I would counter the opposition's claims that there was a disrespectful wording chosen, no different than anything the members across the way say about this side of the House. Perhaps the member across the way could give a little bit more clarity as to what was offensive there, because I heard nothing.
Cost about what you cost to be in here.
Just let it rule. Let it rule.
Are there any others? Seeing none. I think this is a great opportunity to reset this balance in the House. As we're really just early into the debate of Bill 1 here, I would urge all members to think that your mother is watching and will be very disappointed in some of the words that are said, as I would be. So the Honourable Member for Lexington and Parkland has the floor and knows his mother is watching.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I think reading through the lines there, we're all a little befuddled with what our mothers might have may or not approved of there, because I'm a little bit of a loss, but we'll continue on. So understanding how much it costs us to be here as representatives, depending on the size of your constituency, we want to make sure those taxpayers get the bang for their buck. And again, I am very happy that one of the biggest things that we came out are talking about in Bill 1. Bill 1 is on the International Agreements Act. So the members opposite had lamented, if that's allowed to say in here, if it's not going to hurt anyone's feelings, lamented for a while ad nauseum about what was going on, about why we would consider this important. Why would you not just allow the government of Canada to go out and represent Alberta in a number of these agreements? What we have found, and it says right in the legislation itself, there's some gaps in that. And I can tell you full well, Madam Speaker, over the last several years, being the Parliamentary Secretary for Economic Corridor Development, which, for the record, they all voted against back in the day when I made a motion of building pathways across Canada to try to join our economic regions together and doing that, which happens to be the flavour of the day. When you're hearing about projects of national interest, when you're hearing about pipeline corridors, energy corridors, transportation corridors, all of that, even the two parties that were running at the time in the last federal election were mentioning that. So I think Alberta actually led the charge on that. The Premier, for the record, also this last May, signed up all of the prairie provinces plus the territories on a pact with that for a 5-year duration to talk about economic corridors. Internationally, though, however, and the member from Lloydminster, is it Hardisty Lloydminster? Wainwright. I don't want to mess it up for the good folks back there that have the border city. He and I were actually part of Council of State Governments. This is going back 3 years ago, and this is going to have relevance of why we need to be in those rooms and why we need to tighten it up. We were requested by the German government to go over and talk about energy policy. We also got a chance to visit our consulate right over in Berlin. Interesting place. If you haven't been there, absolutely recommend it. October 7th, October 8th, a few years ago, a little bit auspicious date there when we were actually on the ground. So it was very interesting in a number of regards. The issue was there, when we go into this room, we're representing the Council of State Governments, also our respective regions. This is both Canada and U.S. legislators are there at the consul. And we're speaking about what's taking place in Canada. This is our representation, folks. We had to let our Canadian consul know what actually Alberta did. This is pretty wild. They're supposed to represent the whole country, but we actually had to talk about the portfolios of interest that were in that region. The Council of Quebec, they actually have their own embassy there. So Quebec has done this a number of years ago. They got so frustrated with how they were being represented federally that they actually have their own consul. So when you think about the transfer payments, Alberta's paying for Quebec's consul, we're also paying for Canada's consul, and we're not getting that representation. I can tell you full well that when we're out on the road, and I'll take one as an example here, recently I'm also sit on the Energy Council, so I'm up in Anchorage, Alaska. Up on stage, we've got the Consulate General from Seattle is up on stage, good fella. He's got his mandates to take care of. We've got a policymaker from the Interior Ministry of the United States at the national level, and a senator from Alabama gets up and asks about the Keystone XL project. Where is the national interest? What's going on here? So again, this is supposed to be a nonpartisan group, which it is when you're in those areas. And they're asking for his constituents down in Alabama, God bless Alabama, what's happening with Keystone XL, because his folks are asking about it. The representative from the Minister of the Interior for the U.S. goes, we're all above energy solutions. We're interested in everything now. The U.S. administration is very interested in that. We want to work with our partners, et cetera, et cetera. The Consulate General from Canada, unfortunately, he can't say the same thing. It was lukewarm, tepid at best. He says, well, there's not a ton of interest right now. It's kind of tied up in court. We're not sure where the proponents are at. We're not really certain. So that's when I interjected and spoke, well, actually, here's where we're at. We are interested. Here's what's taking place. I had to do that kind of behind the scenes. Roll the clock forward. So I'm also part of the Pacific Northwest Economic Region. I was voted in recently as vice president for that national organization, Canadian president for that. We're down in Washington, D.C. We still have another representative and former speaker. I can say his name now, Mr. Speaker Cooper. He's right there. He's doing boots on the ground, God's work for us down in Washington. He's carrying up where James Rajad had left off. So hats off to those gents. Carrying off where they left off to be in these rooms. So now we're going in and we're speaking with Senator Murkowski. So for the record, at the national level in the U.S., they have 2 senators per state. It's not like our system. So when you're speaking to the senators, you're speaking to only one of 2 senators per state, regardless of population. So these folks have a lot of stroke, a lot of authority there. So when we're having these conversations about these international relations going back and forth, the question came up about border crossings, corridors, pipeline corridors, also the A2A rail project, that corridor crossing, building ships, et cetera, and it came back to Keystone XL. So now it's interesting that our Prime Minister Carney, in the time that I was up in Anchorage, Alaska, where it was tepid, had now had a conversation with the U.S. administration saying that, hey, we're gung-ho now on Keystone XL. So those poor representatives that are back and forth there, and I actually went to her and said, what changed? Like, you guys must have a hard time. It's like a person using a laser pointer and cats chasing after it because you're not sure which position to have. So now take that at the macro level. When we're sitting at the table making these trade agreements, our provinces have different levels of authority than other jurisdictions. So Alaska is similar to us because we own our resources. So Alaska has that. Not all states do. Not all countries do either. So when we're in that room talking about this, we have to make sure that our federal government is also respecting that, because the other folks across the table, they don't know. So when they start making these trades or these impacts or these pacts they may be making, if we don't have that second pause, folks, and I say this to everybody, regardless of whose feelings may be hurt, we need everybody in this room to get on side with that to make sure that still our boundaries are respected. And it's nothing to do with not liking our country. For crying out loud, my family came here in 1751. I kind of love this country. And I've been trying to build these corridors for years and do that to try to build our country up better. But if we're not having that sober second pause, if somebody, rightly or wrongly, whether it's a change in intonation or policy or whoever might be those tables, they may inadvertently, let's give them that benefit of the doubt, they may inadvertently make a deal that isn't in our best interest or doesn't respect our items. And this member's heckling again, and I'm trying to be cordial, but he just doesn't want to do that either. So when we make these deals, we have to have that sober second pause to bring it back here, and that's the relevance of it. That is the absolute relevance. And when I was over in India on a personal vacation, I went to this little India Energy Week that they had last year. And small thing, they've only ran it for 3 years. 70,000 people show up. And Dr. Amit Kumar, hats off to him, from from University of Alberta. He did our hydrogen plan. He's actually a panel member speaking up on stage. He got me an audience with the Secretary of Energy. So at that time, the Secretary of Energy made time for this person from Alberta on vacation to talk about their energy needs. And the way they explained it was, they deal with the US and they deal with Russia. They have to deal with both. So anything that we spoke about that might be out of turn there, anything that upset that imbalance, then he couldn't talk. But the conversation that he gave us 45 minutes, which was amazing, and I'm not going to take that much, But he gave us 45 minutes to have this conversation that came down to one thing that I said to him: to understand where Alberta's at. If you want to secure your energy, we need investment in infrastructure. We need help with our economic corridors. We need to be able to put these things through. We need to make sure that you have secure oil. And if we were doing that for your energy needs, because they want both. They do want clean energy. They want as much hydrogen we can get them, much biofuel, but they understand there's an energy transition too, and they're also growing their economy and changing things of where they're at for infrastructure. But he says, if we're doing this, we need to know a business case. And I said, well, the business case is you invest in our stuff. We have long-term, long-lasting relationships and stabilize your energy needs. So you have energy security plus your food security. And Saskatchewan was there at the same time talking about the pulse and lentils. But the biggest thing that changed the conversation in the room, as I said, you have to understand that our provinces actually own the energy assets. We own those resources and minerals. So I said, quite frankly, when our Prime Minister, who was Prime Minister Trudeau at the time, is telling you there isn't any business cases or anything else here, that there's no interest, I said, quite frankly, he has no lead in his pencil to sign a deal. Our Premier holds the pen because it belongs to the provinces. And that was the substantive difference when we walk into those rooms and have those communications. So trust us, folks. I know that you've seen the same thing. If you step out of this for a sec, go back and look at your other interactions with other foreign nations and what you may have seen. This is to literally fill some of those gaps and those holes that we have right now, to make sure that there is that sober second pause, that we don't inadvertently paint ourselves into a corner or others make deals that aren't in the best interest of Albertans, and we can actually say no or correct it for the record before it's too late. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll turn it back to the floor to the members, and I hope that helped and I didn't hurt too many feelings in the process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address this bill, Bill 1, that was presented yesterday at second reading by the Minister of Justice for the Premier of Alberta. And I want to, I've read every word of the Minister of Justice's opening for Bill 2 that's in Hansard yesterday. And I want to thank members on the opposite government side, for House Leader and the other member who just sat down, for kind of giving a bit of an indication of what's in their minds about Bill 1 and why it's here. As many of my colleagues have said, that this bill, and as the Minister of Justice indicates, this bill addresses gaps that was found to exist in the bill called International, what is it called here? Let me just, International, yeah, okay, I got it, yeah. International Trade and Investment Agreements Implementation Act is repealed. And it's a bill that was put together in 2000. And so if, you know, I guess you're hearing suspicions about why this bill has come forward in a revised way now. And those suspicions have been identified by many of my colleagues, and you can find them in Hansard as well, when many of my colleagues spoke after the Minister of Justice and talked about their concern, because it's 25 years since that previous bill. And today, we're dealing with it, and it wasn't dealt with 5 years ago, wasn't dealt with 6 years ago, but today. And so if there's concerns and suspicions, it's kind of like the timing is really problematic, and it does feed into this thought that government is trying to, in a way, signal to people across the province who believe in, you know, a separate Alberta, that we're going to go it alone, and the feds should just back off. So that's kind of, you know, why some of that suspicions is here. It's 25 years since the previous bill, and gaps are seen today that, or more recently by this government, that need to be addressed. And but I do want to say, you know, that the Minister of Justice talked about the gap, and I think the last speaker was a little unclear about it. We're not talking about international trade agreements, so that was covered by the previous bill. we're talking about agreements that are not trade that they say was missing in the previous bill. So that now will be looked at, I guess, and I think it's worthwhile to kind of read that out a little bit. And the Minister of Justice talked about, Madam Speaker, if passed, this act will replace the legislation, address gaps to include all international agreements, not just the ones that are trade and investment, whether it's a climate accord, a declaration, or on social policy, or multilateral agreements that affect our industries or our communities. But now he kind of throws broad buckets out there, climate, what's he say? Climate accord, a declaration on social policy, or a multilateral agreement. No real kind of, we had a problem. Alberta had a problem with this, that, or the other thing, and that's what we want to address with this change in this new act that we're bringing forward. The House Leader, Government House Leader, kind of talked about a number of agreements, whether they be trade agreements or the agreements that are talked about by the Minister of Justice that I just read out. The C-69, the tanker ban, the clean energy, the oversight of industrial carbon tax to provinces, the plastics as toxic, and economic immigration. I gather that the House Leader is saying that those aren't the kind of ones that can go to the Supreme Court and that can be argued under the previous bill, which talks about the international trade and investment agreements implementation. I gather he's saying that these kind of agreements that I just read out that he talked about are things that the federal government does, but they're not challengeable, like my colleague from Booler-McCall has talked about, that the government of Canada was pushed back in 1937 with regard to labor agreements that they were trying to impose upon provinces. And the High Court then said that was ultra-virus. You can't do that. So I gather the House Leader is talking about these agreements that won't go to the Supreme Court. But I think some of these agreements are ones that the government of Alberta has partnered with other provinces and tried to take to court. So this new International Agreements Act, I think, is trying to cover other kinds of agreements that the Minister of Justice says were gaps. But the timing's suspicious. It's been 2 years plus that this government has been in place, and they haven't brought this forward before. The times in Alberta are getting somewhat they're getting somewhat torqued up across this province. And we see this before us, and we're wondering if this is further trying to, push that kind of rhetoric forward. When, as many of my colleagues have said, Bill 1 gives a great opportunity to talk about a visionary way of addressing other problems, domestic problems that relate to the health and welfare of our citizens. That would have been my choice if I was sitting around Executive Council table. It was our choice in previous years. And as colleagues have said, it made a great deal of difference. So, Madam Speaker, I think there's lots of reasons that, I have concerns about the act before us. I will take my seat and let my colleague talk about it as well. But I do see Hansard and my colleagues in Hansard, whether it's Booler-McCall or others who have raised many good points about why this bill doesn't meet the needs of Albertans at this time, and I agree with them. Thank you.
The honourable member for, that came out weird, the honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The key element of social control is the strategy of distraction, that is to divert public attention from important issues and changes decided by political and economic elites through the technique of flood or flooding continuous distractions and insignificant information. This is the quote from Noam Chomsky, comes to my mind when I look at the UCP priorities. Does this bill address affordability? No. Does this bill address health care? No. Does this bill address education? No. Does this bill address the economy? No. Then why this bill? Let me share why. This bill is introduced to distract, deflect, and deviate. This UCP government is like a magician. Every time Albertans ask about affordability, healthcare, or education, poof, they pull another distraction out of their hat. The only problem is that rabbit is starving, the wand is broken, and the audience has stopped clapping. Before I move on, Madam Speaker, let us look briefly at a key moment in Canada's constitutional history. The Labour Convention's case of 1937 that my colleague from Calgary, Buller McCall, discussed yesterday in this Assembly. The decision of that case defined how international treaties are implemented within our federation and clarified the boundaries between federal and provincial powers. In the early 1930s, Canada ratified several international labor organization conventions. To implement them, the federal government, the federal parliament enacted national laws. But labor relations, then as now, fall under Section 92(13) of Constitution Act 1867, property and civil rights within the province. The Attorney General of Ontario challenged these laws, and the case reached the Judicial Committee of the British Privy Council, then our highest court. In 1937, Lord Atkin ruled that while the federal government may sign and ratify treaties, it cannot legislate in provincial jurisdictions simply because a treaty exists. In plain terms, implementation must follow our Constitution. Federal treaties that touch provincial matters require provincial jurisdiction, provincial legislation. Here in Alberta, the International Trade and Investment Agreements Implementation Act already provides the province authority to decide whether to implement trade agreements made by the federal government or not. Albertans deserve a government that focuses on solutions to real challenges, not the one that merely restates settled constitutional law. Madam Speaker, I meet my constituents at their doors, community events, and town halls where they share their issues with me. They tell me their groceries, rents, mortgages are out of the roof. Wait times in emergency rooms have gone up. Their kids travel 1 hour each way just to get to the overcrowded classrooms. They deserve a life where they don't just have to work 2 jobs to put food on table. They deserve a life where there is a strong public health care system to take care of them and their family. They deserve a life where their kids get the best education in the world in small classrooms, and they deserve to live in the economy where their kids can find the jobs. Every second of this assembly is important, Madam Speaker, and it should be focused on the priorities of Albertans. Hear, hear. Unfortunately, this government's priorities aren't Albertans' priorities. The key question today is whether this bill does anything to make life better for Albertans. The answer is no. My constituents tell me that they are feeling buried under the weight of crisis, of affordability, of education, and this not working economy. For me, there are three ways that my neighbors, my community, and Albertans can be helped. The first is to lighten the load. We know working 2 jobs to put food on the table is not Alberta advantage. In fact, it is a disadvantage. It makes lives harder, shatters dreams, and kills the hopes of better future. Under this UCP government, Alberta has one of the highest insurance costs, lowest minimum wages, and grocery prices continue to go up. A report by MNP projects that for good drivers, average premiums are projected to increase by 43.8% between 2023 and 2033. Albertans who do not qualify as good drivers will likely see premiums increase by an average of 148% over the same period. 148%, Madam Speaker. In my riding, many constituents were quoted home insurance premiums as high as $21,000. Not only they can't pay this, they can't find any other affordable option. Not only it hurts them financially, it hurts them mentally too. Not only it makes hard to afford home, it puts their futures at risks too. They need this government focused on lowering insurance costs, grocery costs, and utility bills. They need their government focused on increasing minimum wage, youth unemployment, and their incomes. They want their government focused on building schools, hospitals, and recognizing foreign credentials. People are working hard and yet struggling. People are doing their best, yet struggling. People are cutting every corner they can, yet they are struggling. They cannot afford to take any day off. If they get sick, they lose income. We can and must lighten the load of affordability crisis, Madam Speaker. And we can do this by strengthening the path towards a better future. And the path towards a better future is education. Thank you. Ken. Our kids deserve no less. They deserve the world-class education. They must get it. Public education is an equalizer, Madam Speaker. We must build schools, we must hire teachers, and we must address classroom complexity. UCP has fired ES during the pandemic when the students needed them the most. UCP has delayed building schools in my own riding and in rest of Alberta, forcing kids to be bused an hour each way just to get to the overcrowded classrooms. UCP has invoked notwithstanding clause, showing its undemocratic face. Spending money in education is not an expense, Madam Speaker. It is an investment. Every dollar invested in education today will save us $4 in the future. Not only we need to create an educated workforce, we need to retain it too. And that brings me to the third point. We know that having a job gives people dignity, respect, and a sense of purpose. Unemployment steals that away. It makes the young people feel useless, dreams shattered, bank accounts empty, inability to see the future. Under this UCP government, Alberta has the highest unemployment rate, the lowest minimum wage, and the rents are going up. Great employment can come only with great education, in particular post-secondary education, helping people get the skills they need and the skills our economy needs. And under this UCP government, the tuition costs have also gone up. The UCP ended the STEP program. This was a brilliant example of government and businesses working together, good for young people, good for the province, good for the economy. It must be reinstated. And UCP reduced the minimum wage for the young people. UCP is the one responsible that has crushed Albertans with the heavy weight of rising costs of living. So we cannot trust this government to fix it. To the Premier, who thinks that that she can lower the insurance premiums with the private no-fault system, I want to say that that system has failed in the United States.
Honourable member, can you just tie it to the bill?
Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the priorities of the people that have shared with me in my constituency, and this government in this bill have not listed any of those priorities, so I am speaking to that bill, Madam Speaker. I know they don't like to listen what the true priorities are, but we have to discuss that, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to the Premier, who thinks that forcing kids and teachers back to school by passing a bill that violated Charter of Rights is helpful. I say that forcing kids back to complex, underfunded and overcrowded classrooms is cruel. And we are facing big problems in Alberta, Madam Speaker, and we need big solutions. We can tackle these problems, we must tackle these problems, and given the chance, we will tackle these problems. Madam Speaker, President Franklin D. Roosevelt has said, and I quote, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance to those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." And this government has failed to do that. Madam Speaker, we can give affordable life to Albertans, we can fund education, we can build a better future, and we can build a better world. We can give people life of dignity, respect, and hope. And Madam Speaker, let's make life more affordable, dreams attainable, schools well-funded, future sustainable. Let's give our youth not just degrees, but direction, jobs with purpose, pride, and protection. And this bill fails to do just that, Madam Speaker. So I would like all the members to have a detailed look at this bill and make sure.
I hesitate to interrupt, but the clock strikes 6 and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30.